Chapter 2509. 2509 who will win? 2509 who will win. Of the people that Xia Qingqing brought in, which of them had not received his kindness in the past? But now, when he was in trouble, only the 6 heaven immortals before him were willing to follow him. Prince Yan and the others had evil intentions and were watching covetously, ready to attack at any moment. Xia Qingqing did not want to implicate the 6 heaven immortals because of his persistence and put them in danger. He was a prince after all. Even if he stayed here, his life would not be in danger. At most, he would endure some humiliation. However, the lives of the 6 heaven immortals might be in danger. "Prince," the 6 heaven immortals called out softly. "Let's go." Xia Qingqing pretended to be carefree and smiled. "Wait for me in the palace more than 20 days later. No matter if I succeed or fail, we have to get together and drink to our heart's content." "All right." The 6 heaven immortals agreed readily. If they insisted on staying, they would only be surrounded by Prince Yan and the others. As for the 6 heaven immortals, they did not want to betray Xia Qingqing, and their only choice was to leave. Right in front of Xia Qingqing, the 6 heaven immortals tore apart their teleportation talismans and left the Azura battlefield. Prince Yan sneered. "Xia Qingqing, what are you still doing here? Are you waiting to embarrass yourself?" Perhaps he wants to snatch the Spirit Cloud seal single-handedly. The moment Heaven Immortal Yu Ying changed sides, his attitude changed completely as trampled on Xia Qingqing to curry favor with Prince Yan. "It's none of your business whether I stay or leave." Xia Qingqing's tone was cold. "Ouch." Prince Yan smiled. "My good brother, you're quite indignant, aren't you? Yu Ying, go up and teach him a lesson." "Wah." Heaven Immortal Yu Ying hesitated for a moment. "Why? You don't dare to? Are you still nostalgic for your old master?" Prince Yan turned around and asked with narrowed eyes. "No." Heaven Immortal Yu Ying's reaction was extremely fast as he denied hurriedly. Although he was a little resistant in his heart, he knew that this matter could end up as a guarantee of his change of heart. This was the only way he could truly gain the trust and high regards of Prince Yan. At that thought, Heaven Immortal Yu Ying made up his mind and walked towards Xia Qingqing. "How dare you!" Xia Qingqing glared at Heaven Immortal Yu Ying with a cold gaze. After all, he was a prince of the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom. Now that he was enraged, he exuded the shuddering might of the royal family. Although Heaven Immortal Yu Ying's cultivation realm was higher than Xia Qingqing, he had once followed Xia Qingqing after all. Furthermore, Xia Qingqing had once saved his life. Now that he was glared at by Xia Qingqing, he felt a little guilty and did not move for a long time. "Don't be afraid." Prince Yan was all smiles as he instigated. "It's fine as long as you don't kill him. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility." "Thank you, Prince Yan." When Heaven Immortal Yu Ying heard that, he was relieved. Xia Qingqing cursed. "Ungrateful dog, I shouldn't have saved you back then." At the mention of that, Heaven Immortal Yu Ying blushed and felt extremely embarrassed. Hatred rose in his heart as he raised his hand and slapped Xia Qingqing, cursing. "Nobody asked you to save me. You were a busybody." Before Heaven Immortal Yu Ying's palm could land on Xia Qingqing's face, his wrist was grabbed by another thick palm that was like an iron hoop. Heaven Immortal Yu Ying could not move his arm at all. Instead, a terrifying heat wave emanated from the other party's palm, as though it could burn his arm to ashes. "Fellow Taoist Lai." Heaven Immortal Yu Ying turned around and could not help but look terrified when he saw that person. The person who stopped Heaven Immortal Yu Ying was Lai Xian, who was beside Prince Yan. "Brother Lai, what's the meaning of this?" Prince Yan frowned slightly. Lai Xian turned around and said in a deep voice, "Xia Qingqing has the bloodline of the Yin-Yang Immortal King after all. If he's bullied by others, we'll be disgracing the honor of the royal family. Furthermore, he's alone and won't affect us at all. There's no need to kill him." Prince Yen was a little unhappy. However, Lai Xian was a reincarnated, perfected immortal. Prince Yen had gone to great lengths to invite Lai Xian out of seclusion to help him this time round. As such, he had to give Lai Xian some face. "All right." Prince Yen waved his hand. "I'll listen to Brother Lai and not stoop to your level. Let's go." With that said, Prince Yen left with a group of cultivators. Lai Xian, let go and heaven immortal you, Ing, had a pained expression as he hurriedly withdrew his wrist. In that short period of time, a brand was burned on his wrist, and he could not feel his entire palm. Even though he suffered a huge loss, heaven immortal you, Ing did not dare to have any complaints. Enduring the pain, he fled from this place dejectedly without turning back. Lai Xian turned to leave with his hands behind his back. "Thank you." When he arrived at the entrance of the residence, Xia Qingqing's voice sounded behind him. Lai Xian paused and glanced sideways. "The person you invited, Su Zimo, has indeed fallen into the lake." However, at that time, 6 of us who were on the top 10 of the heaven ranking prediction were present. To be precise, he fought against the 6 of us single-handedly. That was the reason why he ended up in the malevolent blood lake. When Xia Qingqing heard that, he no longer had any doubts. However, he had not expected that 6 of the top 10 on the heaven ranking prediction would join forces against Su Zimo. "He's very strong." Lai Xian's tone seemed to reveal a hint of admiration and pity. After a moment of silence, he continued, "If I had fought him alone, the outcome might have been unpredictable." With that said, Lai Xian left and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After everyone left, Xia Qingqing sat on the ground dejectedly. Right now, he was the only one left with nothing and was at a loss and helpless. Even if he could still hold on to his beliefs, what else could he do in the face of such a situation? Was he still going to take part in the battle for the seal 20 days later? How could he fight against the other princes alone as a grade 7 heaven immortal? A month passed in the blink of an eye. On this final day, the remaining 7 princes of the Azura battlefield arrived at the lake in the center of the ancient city with their teams and awaited the final moment. When the Permetha bridge arrived, it also meant that the most critical and intense battle to snatch for the seal had officially begun. Above the ancient city, the 6 perfected immortals of divine Firmament Palace perked up as well. The next battle would determine the ranking of many cultivators on the heaven ranking prediction. Divine Rainbow exclaimed softly. "There seems to be a team that hasn't arrived." "It's Xia Qingqing. He's the only one left in his team. He must have given up." Divine Swamp explained. "Make a guess. Who'll get their hands on the Spirit Cloud seal?" Before they could reply, Divine Cloud said himself, "I'm guessing it's Princess Yu Yan. She has the help of Zhong Feiyu and has a high chance of winning." Divine Wind analyzed. "From the looks of it, Prince Yan's team has the most people after devouring 10 people from Xia Qingqing. There are more than 60 of them. With the help of Lai Xian, his overall strength is above Princess Yu Yan and the others, and his chances of winning are not small." Divine Flames said, "Actually, the final fight for the seal does not depend on the overall strength of the team, but which team can guarantee that their prince will be the first to reach the Spirit Cloud seal. That will add countless variables to the battle for the seal. Prince Mingjiong has Song Se's help. Prince Feng has Heaven Immortal Luo Yang's help. Prince Yu has Yu Hai's help, and there's also the powerful Prince Tianhuang. It's possible for all of them. Divine Crane, who do you think it will be?" The 5 of them turned to look at Fairy Divine Crane, who had been silent for the past few days. "I don't know." Fairy Divine Crane shook her head gently and replied distractedly. Her gaze was still fixed on the lake below, as though she was anticipating something. Suddenly, Fairy Divine Crane's expression changed. Chapter 2510. 2510, you have a death wish. 2510, you have a death wish. Look. Fairy Divine Crane was invigorated and pointed at the malevolent blood lake below, exclaiming, "What?" The other 5 perfected immortals turned around, and their expressions changed slightly. The blood-colored lake in the center of the ancient city spun slowly as though it was drawn in by a mysterious force, forming a gigantic vortex. The 6 perfected immortals focused their gazes and looked down. They could see that in the center of the gigantic vortex, a figure was faintly visible, sitting at the bottom of the lake. It was Suzimo. The 6 perfected immortals had long known that Suzimo was not dead and were not surprised. What truly shocked the 6 perfected immortals was that through their spirit consciousness detection, Suzimo had stayed in the malevolent blood lake for close to a month. Not only was he not damaged, his aura was much stronger than before. He seems like he's about to break through. Heavens, what opportunity did he obtain at the bottom of the lake? In less than 30 days, he cultivated to this point. Is he going to break through to become a grade 7 heaven immortal? This lad actually created such a huge commotion with his breakthrough that the entire malevolent blood lake is triggered. Disbelief filled the faces of the 6 perfected immortals. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. Fairy Divine Crane was the first to snap out of her stupor and accept this reality. Her lips curled into a smile as she said softly, "The battle for the seal seems to be getting interesting again. Earlier on, you guys asked me who would get their hands on the Spirit Cloud seal. Now, I've already got a candidate." The moment he said that, Suzimo's aura surged in the depths of the lake and had already broken through some sort of a barrier. A grade 7 heaven immortal. In less than 30 days, Suzimo had advanced a realm in the heaven essence realm. Even with the experience of the 6 perfected immortals, they were shocked by that cultivation speed. Right then, the figure at the bottom of the lake suddenly raised his head, as though he could look in the direction of the 6 perfected immortals through the blood fog. After a slight pause, the figure retracted his gaze and continued to regulate his breathing, absorbing the surrounding heaven and earth essence chi wildly to stabilize his cultivation realm. Wah! The 6 perfected immortals exchanged glances with bewildered expressions. He seemed to have glanced at us earlier on. A look of disbelief flashed through Divine Rainbow's eyes as he could not help but ask, could he have discovered us? The other 5 people could not believe it and were puzzled as well. How was that possible? As perfected immortal experts, they hid in the depths of the blood fog in the Azura battlefield and were at the highest altitude, far beyond the range of the spirit consciousnesses of heaven immortals. Suzimo was only a grade 7 heaven immortal. How could he sense their location? A moment later, Fairy Divine Crane coughed gently and reminded, "Divine Rainbow, it's time to take out the heaven ranking prediction and change his ranking." Right. Divine Rainbow came to a realization and spread out the heaven ranking prediction hurriedly. True Essence gathered at his fingertip, but he paused and asked, what should his ranking be now? Rank 10 is definitely not suitable for him. That's right. When this lad was a grade 6 heaven immortal, he was already rank 10. Now that he's a grade 7 heaven immortal, don't place him too high either. I suggest we wait for things to stabilize and see what he has up his sleeves. How about rank 7? Rank 7 is fine. Let's do that first. The 6 perfected immortals discussed and pushed Suzimo from the bottom of the heaven ranking prediction to rank 7. Yu Hai, who was initially rank 7, became rank 8 instead. The commotion from the malevolent blood lake attracted the attention of the 7 teams as well. However, their spirit consciousnesses were far inferior to the perfected immortal experts. Naturally, they could not detect the bottom of the lake and did not know what was happening there. I got it. Right then, A thought flashed through Prince Xing Yan's mind. This commotion should be a sign that the Permetha Bridge is about to appear. Many cultivators were enlightened. Prince Yan sneered and pouted. Anybody can guess that. Do you need to state the obvious? Prince Xing Yan's expression was terrible after being rebutted. Compared to the other 6 teams, he was the weakest individually. When they arrived at the ancient city, there were only 14 people left. Furthermore, there were no top-tier Heaven Immortal experts in his team. He only had 2 Grade 9 Heaven Immortals, who were ranked at the back of the Heaven ranking prediction. Even if the 2 of them joined forces, they were far inferior compared to Zhong Feiyu and the others. Prince Xing Yan merely chuckled and did not dare to reply. Right then, a golden light extended from the lone island in the middle of the malevolent blood lake and traveled slowly towards everyone. The Permetha Bridge had descended. Haha, I was right. Prince Xing Yan burst into laughter smugly. The Permetha Bridge crossed the malevolent blood lake. However, it was rather narrow and looked like it could only accommodate 2 or 3 people walking side by side. It was almost foreseeable that the most intense conflicts would break out on the Permetha Bridge. Crossing the Permetha Bridge was only the first step. After ascending the lone island, there would still be a bitter battle between the princes. Nobody knew who would be able to obtain the Spirit Cloud Seal. Boom! The Permetha Bridge was already on the shore. However, the 7 teams were wary of one another, and none of them acted rashly. Many cultivators were tense, and a huge battle could break out at any moment. Right then, a lone figure walked over from afar with firm steps. Right in front of everyone, he walked towards the Permetha Bridge. Hundreds of cultivators were stunned. After recognizing that person, the princes could not help but curse, feeling that it was extremely ridiculous. Ha ha ha. Prince Xing Yan burst into laughter. Xie Qingqing, you want to snatch the Spirit Cloud Seal alone? Dream on. A series of chuckles sounded from the crowd. Everyone had long known about what happened to Xie Qingqing. In everyone's eyes, Xie Qingqing was so pitiful and laughable at the moment, like a stubborn stray dog. Nobody attacked. That was because Xie Qingqing, a Grade 7 Heaven Immortal, posed no threat to them at all. Without the help of others, any prince could trample him beneath their feet. Xie Qingqing ignored everyone's mockery and clenched his fists, walking towards the Permetha Bridge step by step. He wanted to snatch the Spirit Cloud Seal. He wanted to become a prince who ruled over a territory and clear his mother's name as well as his own. He did not want to give up until the last moment. Just like that, in front of everyone, Xie Qingqing arrived at the edge of the malevolent blood lake and was only a step away from the Permetha Bridge. Kneel. Heaven Immortal Yu Ying was observant. When he saw Prince Yan's displeasure, he charged forward right away and hollered, kicking Xie Qingqing. Just as Xie Qingqing was about to resist, countless powerful spirit consciousnesses descended and crushed him. He could not move at all. Thud! Xie Qingqing was kicked over by Heaven Immortal Yu Ying and sprawled on the ground. The powerful spirit consciousness pressure did not dissipate, and he could not even stand up. Xie Qingqing's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the golden bridge before him and the lone island at the end of the bridge. With a resolute gaze, he crawled forward bit by bit. Xie Qingqing, Prince Yan gave you a chance. Yet you don't know your limits and still insist on coming over to snatch the seal? Heaven Immortal Yu Ying took a step forward and stomped on Xie Qingqing's back, harumphing coldly. Let's see how you're going to step foot on the Permetha Bridge beneath my feet. Yu Ying was once someone close to Xie Qingqing. Now he was trampling on the ladder instead. Everyone gloated and cheered to watch the show. You have a death wish. Right then, a cold and sinister voice sounded from the malevolent blood lake. Chapter 2511, 2511 kill. 2511 kill. Who's speaking? Yu Ying was stunned. The sound seemed like it came from the malevolent blood lake, but how was that possible? How could there be someone alive in the malevolent blood lake? Immediately after, a figure walked out slowly from the lake. He did not have any water on him and had black hair, green robes, and refined features. However, his eyes were filled with a chilling, killing intent. Su Zimo, Heaven Immortal Yu Ying, was shocked and exclaimed. The expressions of the surrounding cultivators changed, as well as they frowned in disbelief. The news of Su Zimo being forced into the malevolent blood lake by Zhong Feiyu had long spread among everyone, and everybody tacitly agreed that Su Zimo was dead. To think that Su Zimo would walk out of the malevolent blood lake alive. Only Zhong Feiyu, Song Su, and the others were delighted instead of shocked. The fact that Su Zimo was still alive meant that they had another chance to snatch the pure jade manual from him. Why you? Weren't you already dead? Heaven Immortal Yu Ying felt chills run down his spine when he was targeted by Su Zimo, and his voice trembled uncontrollably. He had witnessed Su Zimo's methods personally. Even experts on the heaven ranking prediction could not defend against Su Zimo's killing power. Heaven Immortal Yu Ying felt a strong sense of danger, as though a calamity could descend at any moment. He was extremely decisive as well. His spirit consciousness stirred right away as he wanted to take out his teleportation talisman and escape from the Azura battlefield. Bang! A figure flashed by. Immediately after, Heaven Immortal Yu Ying was sent flying by a tremendous force. While he was in midair, he suddenly exploded into a blood mist. The tremendous power smashed his essence, spirit, into sludge as well. Fast, it was way too fast. Even though Heaven Immortal Yu Ying knew that Su Zimo wanted to kill him, he could not dodge. The Grade 9 Heaven Immortal was helpless and was killed instantly by Su Zimo. The powerful spirit consciousness pressure could suppress Xie Qingqing, a Grade 7 Heaven Immortal, but it could not suppress Su Zimo, who was at the same cultivation realm. Look, he's already broken through to become a Grade 7 Heaven Immortal. He must have obtained some opportunity at the bottom of the lake. So what if he's a Grade 7 Heaven Immortal? What can he do? Anybody who is in the top 10 of the Heaven ranking prediction will be able to teach him a lesson. Many cultivators noticed the change in Su Zimo and discussed. The more ignorant one was, the more fearless they were. The 6 experts who fought against Su Zimo in front of the malevolent blood lake frowned. Although the battle back then was short, Su Zimo managed to injure Song, so despite fighting 1 against 6, it was clear how terrifying his methods were. Now that Su Zimo had broken through to become a Grade 7 Heaven Immortal, his combat strength would definitely increase to another level. Of course, for the 6 Heaven Immortals, Su Zimo, a Grade 7 Heaven Immortal, was not much of a threat. He was merely troublesome to deal with. Su Zimo helped Xie Qingqing up. Brother Su, you're still alive. Xie Qingqing was delighted and excited. Su Zimo nodded and glanced at the Permetha bridge behind him. Go to the island and get the seal. With me here, no one can cross this bridge. Although his words were nonchalant, there was a boldness to them that he did not take anyone present seriously at all. The 6 experts who were top 10 on the Heaven ranking prediction were present as well. Su Zimo's words were equivalent to ignoring the 6 Heaven Immortals. Humph. Princess Yu Yan's eyes were filled with disdain as she sneered. You're just a defeated opponent of Brother Zong. How dare you boast shamelessly? Audacious. Prince Yen could not help but stand out as well. He pointed at Su Zimo and scolded angrily. How dare a Grade 7 Heaven Immortal like you guard the Permetha Bridge alone? With my order, dozens of Heaven Immortals under my lead will crush over and trample you to death. Su Zimo swept his gaze and saw a few Heaven Immortals who were initially on Xie Qingqing's side behind Prince Yan. With a single thought, he could guess what happened to Xie Qingqing. I'll cripple you before you even give the order." Before Su Zimo could finish, he released his innate divine power, the six-tusked divine strength. The flesh of the green lotus true body had absorbed the white tiger malevolent blood endlessly. As such, the malevolent blood, chi outside, could no longer seal him. Behind Su Zimo, 6 jade white and sharp divine elephant tusks grew. They emitted a terrifying aura, and his strength increased exponentially. At the same time, an incomparably blinding light burst forth from Su Zimo's right eye and tore through the air. Visual technique, illumination eye. "Watch out!" Lai Xian reminded Prince Yen loudly with a grim expression and constricted his pupils. The killer visual technique arrived instantly. Lai Xian did not have time to release other methods, and hurriedly condensed his visual technique to counter as well. Boom! Their visual techniques collided with a loud bang, and sparks flew. Lai Xian's visual technique was similar to illumination eye. It was also incomparably blinding and hovered in his sockets like 2 blazing suns. Unfortunately, no matter how strong his visual technique was, it could not defeat illumination eye. The predecessor of illumination eye was the visual technique of the dragon race, illumination dragon eye. If it was just illumination dragon eye, it might be evenly matched against Lai Xian's visual technique. However, there was a mysterious illumination stone in Su Zimo's right eye. With the illumination stone as the foundation, he could maximize the power of illumination eye to its limits. There was a slight pause after the collision of the 2 visual techniques. Immediately after, illumination eye broke through the obstruction of Lai Xian's visual technique and arrived behind him instantly, in front of Prince Yen. Initially, illumination eye was aimed at Prince Yan's glabella. However, because of Lai Xian's obstruction, there were some slight deviations. Even so, the beam of illumination eye still entered Prince Yan's chest and exploded. Abandon your body and flee with your essence spirit. The moment the 2 visual techniques made contact, Lai Xian sensed that something was amiss and shouted. With Lai Xian defending at the front, Prince Yan reacted as well. In a hurry, his essence spirit flew out from above his head. The moment he did that, his body was shattered by the beam of light released by illumination eye and burned with raging flames that even wanted to engulf his essence spirit. Lai Xian hurriedly took out his teleportation talisman and crushed it the moment he pressed it on Prince Yan's essence spirit. He sent Prince Yan's essence spirit out of the Azura battlefield. Su Zimo's visual technique was way too terrifying, and Prince Yan's body was completely crippled. Before long, he turned into ashes without a single drop of essence blood left. Even with Lai Xian's capabilities, he could only try his best to protect Prince Yan's essence spirit and send him out of this place to be out of danger for the time being. Many cultivators were gathered on the massive square in the Yin-Yang Palace. Everyone knew that today was the last day of the battle for the seal, and the Prince of Spirit Cloud County would be decided. Therefore, many cultivators were gathered here to wait. Suddenly, a beam of light flashed in the square. Immediately after, an essence spirit appeared with a pained expression. It struggled continuously and shrieked, "Hurry and save me! Prince Yen!" Everyone quickly recognized the essence spirit and exclaimed. Although Prince Yen managed to escape from the Azura battlefield, his body was crippled and his essence spirit was affected by the aftershock. His body was scorching and shone with a red glow. Xie Ling's expression changed as he hurried forward and released the power of true essence to suppress the fire poison in Prince Yan's essence spirit and resolve the crisis. Xie Ling looked at Prince Yan, whose essence spirit was dim and dispirited, and shook his head gently, sighing internally. Although Prince Yan managed to survive, his essence spirit was severely injured. Even if he found a suitable body in the future, he would be reduced to a cripple and fade into the masses. Chapter 2512. 25, 12 powerful suppression. 25, 12 powerful suppression on the Azura battlefield. With Prince Yan's withdrawal, no matter how many people were left in his team, they no longer had the chance to obtain the Spirit Cloud Seal. Lai Xian was enraged. It was not because Prince Yan had withdrawn from this battle for the seal, but because Su Zimo had crippled Prince Yan right in front of him. That was a slap to his face. Suddenly, Lai Xian's expression changed starkly. This is bad. Before he could retaliate against Su Zimo, the latter had already charged over. Although he did not turn back, Lai Xian could still sense a suffocating malevolent aura surging over. It was as though the person charging over was not a human, but a man-eating, ferocious beast. Lai Xian had just saved Prince Yan and was slightly distracted when Su Zimo seized the opportunity to close in. He did not have time to release any divine powers or weapons. At that distance, the only way to resolve the crisis and turn the situation around was to release a secret skill instantly. Lai Xian did not dare to release teleportation. Although teleportation could allow one to escape from the spot, it was a supreme divine power after all. There was a cast time and one was easily interrupted during the process. He was already disadvantaged to begin with. If he was interrupted by Su Zimo, there was a high chance that his life would be in danger. In a flash, Lai Xian made a judgment and channeled his blood qi to its limits. His bloodline phenomenon appeared faintly and released a sound domain secret skill. Roar. However, at the same time, Su Zimo's sound domain secret skill sounded in his ears. The dragon roar that was filled with endless might burst forth once more, reverberating through the world and charging into the clouds. It could be said that Lai Xian's reaction was extremely fast, and he made the best choice. However, things were different now. More than 20 days ago, the Dragon Roar secret skill, released by Su Zimo, was at the realm of a grade 6 heaven immortal and did not have the augmentation of the 6-tusk divine strength. But now the power of Su Zimo's Dragon Roar secret skill had almost doubled. The two of them were extremely close. Lai Xian and the 60-odd heaven immortals under Prince Yan, who were behind him right now, were the first to be struck and received the greatest impact. Lai Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and his head buzzed. His expression was dull and his ears hurt as blood seeped out. His blood qi fluctuated and his bloodline phenomenon was almost dispersed by Su Zimo's Dragon Roar secret skill before it was fully formed. It swayed and was on the brink of collapse. Lai Xian was rank 4 on the heaven ranking prediction and was a reincarnated, perfected immortal of the Yin-Yang immortal kingdom. His physique and bloodline were strong, and he had almost no weaknesses. Even he could not withstand it, let alone the 60-odd heaven immortals behind him. Poof, poof, poof. The heads of the heaven immortals closest to the front view rows exploded like watermelons, and their essence spirits were destroyed. The grade 9 heaven immortals at the back swayed as well and bled from all 7 orifices. Their gazes were dull as they died. Thud, thud. The 60-odd heaven immortals fell one after another. Although the few people further away did not have any injuries on their bodies, they had lost expressions. Their consciousnesses were shattered and their essence spirits dissipated. Prince Yan's group was completely annihilated. These people died in the Azura battlefield before they could even release their teleportation talismans. As for Su Zimo, he released the Dragon Roar secret skill and coiled around Lai Xian's body like an anaconda without even looking at the others. Crackle. The sound of bones cracking could be heard from Lai Xian's body as his eyes bulged and turned bloodshot. His face was purplish, and he looked like he was about to explode from Su Zimo's squeeze. Brother Su, wait. Right then, Xia Qingcheng had just snapped out of his stupor and shouted hurriedly. Su Zimo's expression changed. He did not continue exerting strength. Instead, he returned to his original form and reached out, grabbing the top of Lai Xian's head. He lifted the ladder and strode towards Xie Qingqing. Lai Xian, rank 4 on the heaven ranking prediction, was now limp and defenseless in Su Zimo's hands. Su Zimo pressed his palm on the top of his head and sealed his essence spirit. As long as he made any strange movements, Su Zimo would be able to kill him with a single palm strike. The entire process happened too quickly. It was only then that the surrounding cultivators snapped out of their stupor and their expressions changed. The cultivators had horrified expressions and retreated instinctively, wanting to distance themselves from Su Zimo. Nobody expected Su Zimo to be so domineering that he would dare to attack Prince Yan and Lai Xian in front of everyone. More than that, nobody expected that the arrogant and domineering Prince Yan would be crippled instantly and had to flee from the Azura battlefield. His team was completely annihilated. Even Lai Xian, rank 4 on the heaven ranking prediction and a reincarnated perfected immortal, was forcefully suppressed by Su Zimo and captured alive. The entire process merely took a few breaths. Everyone understood that it was easy to defeat someone of the same cultivation realm. However, it was extremely difficult to capture the other party alive unless one was absolutely superior in strength. Zhong Feiyu, Song Su, and the other 3 experts on the heaven ranking prediction had different expressions. They did not stand by idly on purpose. None of them expected Lai Xian to lose so quickly. By the time they reacted, the fight had already ended. Zhong Feiyu, Song Su, Heaven Immortal Luoyang, Yu Hai, and Xie Tianhuang exchanged glances. Although they did not say anything, they had a tacit understanding. They were under immense pressure after seeing Su Zimo's actions. If they were to fight again, the 5 of them had to join forces. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo carried Lai Xian to Xie Qingqing and asked, "Why? Do you intend to punish him personally, Brother Xie?" "No." Xie Qingqing looked at the dispirited Lai Xian and shook his head gently. He looked troubled and wanted to speak, but stopped. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Brother Su, I want to ask you to spare him this time round." "Oh!" Su Zimo raised his brow slightly. Xie Qingqing explained hurriedly, "Before this, Prince Yan brought people to humiliate me. He stood in to help me, and so I—" Xie Qingqing was someone who was clear about gratitude and hatred. He owed Lai Xian a favor. Furthermore, in his opinion, Lai Xian did not deserve to die. "All right." Su Zimo nodded. Since Lai Xian had once helped Xie Qingqing, there was no harm in him letting this person off. Su Zimo was about to let go of Lai Xian when Xie Qingqing held him back hurriedly. He looked at Lai Xian and said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoist Lai Xian, I can let you off, but you have to promise me that you'll leave the Azura battlefield immediately and not attack Brother Su again. You're not allowed to be enemies with him in the future either." Although he wanted Su Zimo to let Lai Xian off this time round, he did not want Su Zimo to gain another strong foe in the Azura battlefield because of this action. Lai Xian grit his teeth and his eyes burned with rage. He pursed his lips in silence. Of course, he did not want to die. However, he did not want to submit just like that either. Furthermore, he had just been defeated and was indignant. In his opinion, Su Zimo suppressed him completely because he was distracted in order to save Prince Yan, and that resulted in a series of defeats later on. He had yet to release all his methods and trump cards. Right then, as though he could read Lai Xian's mind, Su Zimo suddenly asked, "Lai Xian, are you indignant?" Lai Xian clenched his fists and refused to speak. "Ha ha ha." Su Zimo reared his head in laughter. "Lai Xian, so what if I let you off? If I can suppress you once, I can suppress you a second time." Chapter 2513. 2513 Slaying Song Su. 2513 Slaying Song Su. Pissed. Everyone present was shocked and horrified. Those words were extremely heroic and earth-shaking. Even the 6 perfected immortals of divine Firmament Palace above the ancient city in the blood fog could not help but exclaim emotionally, "That lad sure is bold." He's encircled by enemies all around, including Zhong Feiyu and 4 other experts in the top 10 of the Heaven ranking prediction, as well as hundreds of top-tier Heaven immortals. Despite that, he restrained a strong foe like Lai Xian and even dared to let him off. Who can match his boldness? Fairy Divine Crane's beautiful eyes shone brightly as she could not help but say, "I'll definitely write that sentence on his evaluation in the Heaven ranking prediction later on. That's for sure. Why, you really dare to let me off." Lai Xian finally spoke with a look of disbelief. To be fair, even if he was in Su Zimo's position, he would definitely not let Su Zimo off. That was no different from letting a tiger return to its mountain. "Don't blame me for not reminding you." Lai Xian grit his teeth. "Given my physique and bloodline, it won't take long for me to recover my combat strength. You—" Before Lai Xian could finish, Su Zimo flung him away. Lai Xian looked at Su Zimo with a conflicted expression. Taking a deep breath of air, he took out a handful of elixir pills from his storage bag and swallowed them to recuperate. Su Zimo looked at Xie Qingqing and said indifferently, "Don't worry. Go and get the spirit cloud seal. I'll guard this place, and no one will be able to pass." It was almost the same sentence. Earlier on, everyone felt that it was extremely ridiculous and arrogant. But now, everyone could sense an unshakable confidence in his words. "Wah." Xie Qingqing was still hesitant. "I can't go all out with you by my side." Su Zimo nodded slightly and gave Xie Qingqing a reassuring look. "All right." Xie Qingqing no longer hesitated and turned towards the lone island at the end of Permitha Bridge. "We can't let him pass. Attack!" Prince Mingjiong urged hurriedly. Princess Yu Yan, Prince Feng, and the others were anxious as well and ordered hurriedly. In reality, 5 people had attacked even faster than the princes could give the orders. Zhong Feiyu, Song Su, Heaven Immortal Luoyang, Yu Hai, and Xie Tianhuang, the 5 experts who were in the top 10 of the Heaven ranking prediction, had a tacit understanding and split into 5 directions, charging toward Su Zimo at the same time. At that moment, Su Zimo had just bid farewell to Xie Qingqing. His back was facing everyone, and he did not turn around. This scene was extremely similar to how Su Zimo attacked Lai Xian. Su Zimo sensed danger before he even turned around. His expression was unchanged, and the killing intent in his eyes was almost corporeal as he conjured a dermic art that he had never released before. As though it was drawn in by a powerful suction force, the endless malevolent blood, qi, gathered rapidly. A shuddering aura descended on the battlefield. The hearts of Zhong Feiyu and the others skipped a beat as they looked grim. Against that aura, their hearts trembled uncontrollably, as though something extremely terrifying had descended. Suddenly, roar! Accompanied by a deafening tiger roar, a gigantic white demon tiger with a torrential malevolent aura appeared out of nowhere to the west of Sangsu. The sacred beast, the white tiger, had descended. When the white tiger, sacred beast appeared, everyone present felt a pressure that came from the depths of their souls and bloodlines and shivered. The white tiger's sacred beast's eyes were bloodshot as it locked onto Song Su and lunged forward. Amidst the tiger roar, the 5 perfected immortals released their sound domain secret skills, hurriedly to defend. The white tiger, sacred beast that suddenly appeared locked onto Song Su and did not give him any chance to escape. Song Su wanted to resist and release divine powers and secret skills instantly. Unfortunately, none of them could defend against the pounce of the white tiger, sacred beast. The white tiger, sacred beast, opened its mouth and swallowed Song Su instantly. Blood gushed out endlessly as malevolent aura entered Song Su's body, destroying his life force. It was an extremely shocking scene. In the eyes of countless cultivators, a white tiger suddenly appeared from the west with Song Su in its mouth. Song Su was covered in blood and did not move at all. His eyes were widened in fear, and there was no longer any life in his body. Song Su was dead. The white tiger carried Song Su's corpse and stood in midair, emitting a shocking, malevolent aura. It was like a god of killing in the world and was unparalleled. Although Song Su was dead, he still took out the teleportation talisman from his storage bag and crushed it before his death. Unfortunately, it was too late. Song Su's corpse was enveloped by a beam of light and left the Azura battlefield. This was the fourth secret skill of the Hell Suppression Tripod that was unparalleled in lethality, White Tiger Corpse Collection. In reality, although White Tiger Corpse Collection was terrifying, it was not to the extent where it could kill Song Su, who was rank 5 on the Heaven ranking prediction, with a single move. Song Su was not that weak either. However, this was the Azura battlefield that was shrouded in malevolent blood chi. As for Su Zimo, he was at the edge of the malevolent blood lake. Therefore, when the white tiger was formed, it absorbed a large amount of malevolent blood from the lake and almost materialized. This malevolent blood chi was something that even perfected immortals could not withstand and had to avoid. The reason why Su Zimo was able to survive in the malevolent blood lake was because he relied on his green lotus true body to cultivate the secret skill of White Tiger Corpse Collection. Although Song Su was strong and had many trump cards, he could not withstand the impact of the White Tiger malevolent blood. Furthermore, the White Tiger malevolent blood was released in the form of a killing technique. After that secret skill was released, the entire place fell into a dead silence. All the cultivators who wanted to attack Su Zimo earlier on were rooted on the spot in shock, unable to recover from the scene earlier on. Xie Qingqing had only taken a few steps when he turned back instinctively, still worried. With that glance, he caught sight of a white tiger coming from the west and killing Song Su instantly. It was only now that Xie Qingqing was truly relieved. Furthermore, he vaguely realized that there was a chance he could truly become the final victor. In the square of the Yenyang Palace, the many cultivators gathered here did not know what happened in the Azura battlefield. They could only speculate while watching the real-time updates of the Heaven ranking prediction. To think that Prince Yan would be almost completely crippled despite having Lai Xian to protect him. It's probably Zhong Feiyu's doing. He's probably the only one with such capabilities. Just as everyone was discussing, another light flashed on the square. Immediately after, a bloodied corpse fell from midair and sprawled on the ground motionlessly. There was no life in its body, and it was long dead. Which unlucky fool is it again? Even with a teleportation talisman, he was killed. Haha, he wants to take part in the Azura battlefield with that level of skill? He might as well join us outside to watch the show. A series of chuckles sounded from the crowd. Someone frowned. Isn't that the badge of an execution guard on the waist of this corpse? Execution guard. Someone went forward and kicked the corpse over. When he saw the face of the corpse, the person was shocked and staggered a few steps back. Pissed. The other cultivators gasped as well. Rank 5 on the Heaven ranking prediction. The number 1 Heaven execution guard, Song Su. Even Song Su was dead. What exactly happened in the Azura battlefield? Chapter 2514. 2514 Brief Instant. 2514 Brief Instant. Above the ancient city, the 6 perfected immortals of Divine Firmament Palace were shocked and dumbfounded. Fairy Divine Crane had long thought highly of Su Zimo and could sense that this battle would be extremely intense. However, she had not expected that Song Su would be killed instantly by Su Zimo before he could even charge forward. Song Su was not a nobody. He was the number 1 Heaven execution guard and was rank 5 on the Heaven ranking prediction. There was a chance for somebody to defeat an expert of this level if they were of the same cultivation realm. However, it was extremely difficult to kill him. Furthermore, it was an instant kill. Back then, when Qinggu, who was rank 2 on the heaven ranking prediction, fought against Zhong Feiyu, he won the battle. Although he was slightly stronger, he could not kill Zhong Feiyu. Song Su had a teleportation talisman that he could use to leave the Azura battlefield at any moment. He did not even have time to use it. Wah! Divine Rainbow composed himself and analyzed in a deep voice. Su Zimo is way too smart. The reason why his secret skill earlier on had such a terrifying killing power was because he made use of the power of the malevolent Blood Lake. Divine Cloud said, after that lad appeared, he controlled the situation. Notwithstanding the fact that he captured Lai Xian alive, he even made use of his environmental advantage to kill Song Su and seize the initiative. Song Su's death is equivalent to a warning bell for everyone present. Divine Flames said, I reckon that if anyone sees that the situation is bad during the fight later on, they will crush their teleportation talismans and escape from this place. In reality, the situation below was as the 6 perfected immortals had expected. Many cultivators who were initially prepared to summon their divine powers and dermic treasures took out their teleportation talismans from their storage bags, one after another, and gripped them in their palms with wary expressions. There was a momentary pause on the battlefield because of Song Su's death. Everyone, including Zhong Feiyu, Yu Hai, Heaven Immortal Luoyang, and Xie Tianhuang, froze in shock. Instinctively, a doubt flashed through their minds. If that savage white tiger earlier on lunged towards them, who could defend against it? Nobody could give an answer. Even Zhong Feiyu could not guarantee that he could escape unscathed. At that thought, the 4 of them felt a sense of trepidation. It was as though Song Su had died in their steads. Of course, given their experience, the 4 of them could quickly determine that Su Zimo's secret skill made use of the malevolent blood qi of the Azura battlefield. Furthermore, such a peerless secret skill could not be released consecutively. Therefore, the 4 of them did not retreat. However, during that brief instant while the 4 of them were shocked, Su Zimo attacked once more. Among the 4 of them, Zhong Feiyu was the strongest. If he could not defeat Zhong Feiyu within a short period of time, he would be encircled by the 4 of them. Therefore, Su Zimo used the true Dragon 9 flashes and arrived before Heaven Immortal Luoyang instantly. He had no intention of holding back at all and released a supreme divine power, fleeting moment. Wind and rain. Although Heaven Immortal Luoyang released a supreme divine power as well, he could still sense a strong sense of danger. This is bad. Heaven Immortal Luoyang's expression changed starkly. He had long heard about how terrifying Su Zimo's supreme divine power was. However, without facing it personally, he would never be able to understand the helplessness against time. Back then, even Lai Xian had to release many divine powers and secret skills before releasing his bloodline phenomenon, rising 9 suns, to ensure his safety. In a flash, a decisive look flashed through Heaven Immortal Luoyang's eyes. He crushed the teleportation talisman in his hands and chose to escape from the Azura battlefield. It was not because he was weak and cowardly, but because he had no other choice. Given his capabilities, he would definitely be able to resolve the danger of fleeting moment if he released many divine powers and secret skills, including his bloodline phenomenon. However, Su Zimo had already closed in. If he chose to stay on the battlefield and resolve fleeting moment, he would have to face Su Zimo's melee combat attacks. He had witnessed Su Zimo's melee combat strength before. Even Song Su and Lai Xian could not defend against it, let alone him. Furthermore, he would be at his weakest after resolving fleeting moment. Coupled with Su Zimo's melee combat, he might not even have the chance to tear the teleportation talisman at that time. A light flashed. Heaven Immortal Luoyang disappeared from the Azura battlefield and returned to the square of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom. Although he managed to escape, fleeting moment's divine powers were still present. He could clearly sense his lifespan decreasing at a terrifying speed. Splash! Heaven Immortal Luo Yang's eyes widened as he channeled his bloodline to its limits. With a boom, his body released his bloodline phenomenon. At the same time, he released many divine powers and secret skills in succession, and finally purged the power of time from his body. Even so, his lifespan had been completely reduced by 100,000 years. In that single instant, he lost 100,000 years of lifespan. Heaven Immortals had a lifespan of 300,000 years. He was originally 190,000 years old and was at his peak. His blood qi was strong, and he was filled with energy. But now that his lifespan was reduced by 100,000 years, he was 290,000 years old and was already in his twilight years with white hair and a face filled with wrinkles. His blood qi was so weak that he could not even sustain his bloodline phenomenon. Ah! Heaven Immortal Luo Yang grabbed his white hair and his eyes widened. His features were contorted as he let out a hysterical roar. Su Zimo, you're way too ruthless. Heaven Immortal Luo Yang grit his teeth and spat out a few words, trembling in anger. Su Zimo's attack earlier on was way too domineering and left him no way out. If he stayed on the Azura battlefield and released his divine powers, secret skills, and bloodline phenomenon to defend against Fleeting Moment, he would be killed by Su Zimo. Even after he made a prompt decision to leave the battlefield, he could not escape from being dealt a severe blow by Fleeting Moment either. On the Azura battlefield, many cultivators were dumbfounded when they saw Heaven Immortal Luo Yang choose to escape after Su Zimo released a single supreme divine power. In fact, they even felt that it was ridiculous. No matter how strong Su Zimo was, there was no need to be this scared, right? Only Su Zimo raised his brow slightly and nodded and said, "As expected of rank 8 on the Heaven ranking prediction, you do have some skills. Heaven Immortal Luo Yang was lucky to have escaped quickly. If he was a step slower, and Su Zimo managed to release his melee combat cultivation techniques, Heaven Immortal Luo Yang would have definitely died." Su Zimo's praise was sincere. However, his words were extremely ironic to many cultivators. Many cultivators even secretly looked down on Heaven Immortal Luo Yang for being so cowardly, like a startled bird. Even rank 8 on the Heaven ranking prediction was nothing much. Su Zimo forced Heaven Immortal Luo Yang back with a single supreme divine power. Without stopping, he turned and charged towards Yu Hai, who was the closest. On the other side, a cold sword beam shone. Zhong Feiyu had attacked. The flying fish sword that was as thin as cicada wings arrived instantly. Xie Tianhuang narrowed his eyes slightly and his heart skipped a beat. Instead of joining the combat, he turned and charged towards the Perpetual bridge. His plan was perfect. Right now, Zhong Feiyu and Yu Hai were joining forces to hold back Su Zimo. He could make use of this rare opportunity to charge up the Perpetual bridge. At that time, the battle between him and Xie Qingqing would be on the Lone Island. However, Xie Qingqing was not his match at all. As long as he could suppress Xie Qingqing and Su Zimo was of no threat, he would be able to obtain the Spirit Cloud Seal successfully. Chapter 2515 2515 Situation Control 2515 Situation Control. It had to be said that Prince Tianhuang's judgment of the situation was extremely accurate. This was a rare opportunity that was fleeting. Although he did not have any expert on the top 10 of the Heaven ranking prediction by his side, he made use of Zhong Feiyu and the others to create an almost perfect opportunity for himself. Even the 6 perfected immortals of Divine Firmament Palace, who were watching from high in the skies, could not help but exclaim at his intelligence. Through his actions, Prince Tianhuang could avoid the main battlefield and maximize his advantage. Unfortunately, he was up against Su Zimo. The moment he made a move, Su Zimo sensed his intentions. At the same time that he charged towards Yu Hai, a jade manual flew out from his glabella. The jade manual emitted a green glow, and in the blink of an eye, a clone identical to him was formed, charging towards Prince Tianhuang. Jade Pure Jade Manual, Primeval Body. Su Zimo's Green Lotus True Body defended against the combined forces of Yu Hai and Zhong Feiyu. However, the Primeval Body stopped Prince Tianhuang. Right before Prince Tianhuang reached the Permetha Bridge, the Primeval Body arrived. Naturally, he recognized that this was a clone conjured by Su Zimo using the Pure Jade Manual to hold him back. Humph. Prince Tianhuang sneered and gripped his heavenly phoenix saber that was scorching red with both hands, slashing down at Su Zimo's primeval body. You want to stop me with just a clone? You must be dreaming. Prince Tianhuang hollered, and his blood qi surged with the sound of a tsunami. His strength was pushed to its limits. In reality, Prince Tianhuang was not wrong. The primeval body was condensed from the Pure Jade Manual. Although it was strong, it did not have a true physical body or essence spirit. He could still win against ordinary cultivators of the same cultivation realm. However, he definitely had no chance against a top-tier expert like Prince Tianhuang. It was useless even if he took on the form of the taboo dragon phoenix. Suddenly, just as the heavenly phoenix saber was about to descend, the primeval body before him suddenly swayed slightly. For a moment, Prince Tianhuang's vision blurred. Something seemed to have changed before him, but everything seemed normal. The clone of Su Zimo before him still had black hair, green robes, and refined features. On the other side, Yu Hai and Zhong Feiyu joined forces and released the strongest offensive methods in their lives without holding back. In fact, they even released their bloodline phenomenons and struck Su Zimo like a storm. Against such an attack, Su Zimo's figure seemed extremely frail, like a small boat amidst raging tides. Bang! Su Zimo's body exploded. He died just like that. Zhong Feiyu and Yu Hai did not believe it at all. Furthermore, no blood flowed out after Su Zimo's body exploded. This is a clone. Zhong Feiyu thought of something right away and spun around. He looked in the direction of the heavenly Tianhuang and reminded loudly, "Watch out!" When he heard Zhong Feiyu's warning, a mocking look flashed through the eyes of the primeval body in front of Prince Tianhuang, and his lips curled. When he saw that change in expression, Prince Tianhuang's pupils constricted, and he suddenly felt a chilling intent. The Su Zimo before him was not a clone, but his true body. Su Zimo's gaze intensified. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed the incoming heavenly phoenix saber. He strode forward and punched with his fist that was like a seal. Prince Tianhuang raised his arm hurriedly. Bang! The gigantic seal smashed down with a dull sound of defeat. Immediately after, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Prince Tianhuang felt a sharp pain in his arm. It was broken by a single punch from Su Zimo. Su Zimo took another step forward and slapped down once more. Prince Tianhuang retreated and raised his head to avoid. Crack! The palm landed on his chest. His heart-protecting mirror shattered. His chest caved in deeply as well, revealing a gigantic palm print pit. Even his armor could not defend against Su Zimo's power. Prince Tianhuang's heavenly phoenix bloodline was suppressed by the white tiger malevolent blood, and he could not release his bloodline phenomenon. Initially, he had the highest status among this group of people. Now that Su Zimo had replaced him, he was naturally displeased. My. Right then, a chuckle sounded not far away. Isn't that Brother Ching Ching? Why, you want to enter the Azura battlefield as well. When Xie Ching Ching heard that voice, he could already guess who it was without turning back. A group of cultivators sped over, and there were exactly 101 of them. Their leader was a rotund man in yellow robes. It was Prince Ichio of the Yen Yang Immortal Kingdom, a grade 8 heaven immortal. Ha ha ha. In the blink of an eye, Prince Ichio arrived with a group of heaven immortal experts under his lead. When he saw the 18 cultivators on Xia Qingqing's side, he could not help but burst into laughter brazenly. "My dear younger brother, you've only gathered so few people and you still want to enter the Azura battlefield to snatch the seal." Prince Ichio burst into laughter. "In my opinion, you should hurry home. With the few people you brought, you'll have to die inside before you can even catch sight of the spirit cloud seal." Holy fuck! When Prince Ichio's gaze landed on Su Zimo, he widened his eyes and said in an exaggerated manner, "No way. You've only recruited these few heaven immortals, and there's even a grade 6 heaven immortal among them. Is he here to make up the numbers?" Haha. A series of laughter broke out from the crowd behind Prince Ichio. Among the heaven immortals behind Prince Ichio, the weakest were grade 8 heaven immortals, while the rest were grade 9 heaven immortals. In everyone's opinion, even a grade 7 heaven immortal was not qualified to take part in a fight of this level, let alone a grade 6 heaven immortal. Su Zimo had a calm expression. However, Xia Qingqing and the others had ugly expressions. They were naturally indignant at being mocked and looked down on. However, the other party had the advantage in numbers, and they did not dare to say anything. Yu Ying harumphed coldly. Although he's a grade 6 heaven immortal, he's a paragon expert ranked 24 on the heaven ranking prediction. This is Su Zimo of Heaven and Earth Academy. At the mention of Su Zimo, the mocking laughter on the other end gradually subsided. Many cultivators looked at Su Zimo with surprise and caution. Only a cold-faced man beside Prince Ichio suddenly raised his head. 2 cold beams of light burst forth from his eyes, and he did not conceal the hostility in them. "It's him." Recognizing that person's background, Yu Ying's heart skipped a beat. Rank 67 of the heaven ranking prediction. Flying Immortal Sex Sword Immortal Pai Han. Sword Immortal Pai Han said slowly, "It is clearly stated on the heaven ranking prediction. Su Zimo only has 2 battle records. The reason why he's ranked so highly is because his escape techniques are not bad." A few more scoffs sounded from the crowd. However, they were much more restrained than the brazen mockery from before. No matter what, the Battle of Absolute Thunder City was still an extremely powerful deterrent for most cultivators. Prince Ichio asked intentionally, "How is he compared to you, fellow Taoist Pai Han?" "If we're talking about fleeing for our lives, I'll naturally have to admit defeat," Sword Immortal Pai Han said. "However, if we're talking about a normal fight to the death, I'll consider him capable if he can even withstand 10 of my sword strikes." Prince Ichio clapped and declared loudly, "Brother Qingqing, how about it? Shall we let the 2 of them spar before entering the Azura battlefield?" Xia Qingqing took a deep breath and suppressed the rage in his heart. "There will naturally be a chance to fight after we enter the Azura battlefield." "Huh." Prince Ichio burst into laughter. "I expected that you wouldn't dare to. Your mother is a lowlife who ascended from the lower worlds. Even if half of the bloodline that flows through your body belongs to father, it won't change the lowlife cowardice in your mother's bones." Chapter 2516. 2516 Terrifying Means. 2516 Terrifying Means. In the square of the Yan-Yang Palace, many cultivators looked at heaven immortal Luoyang, who had just come out and was in his twilight years. They could not help but be shocked and dumbfounded. To think that even heaven immortal Luoyang, who was rank 8 on the heaven ranking prediction, would end up in such a tragic state. Compared to Song Su, he's considered lucky. After all, he managed to survive. By the looks of it, he's already in his twilight years. It's impossible for him to even be on the heaven ranking prediction, let alone maintain his rank 8. After a momentary silence, discussions broke out in the crowd. Some people began to point and whisper to him. Heaven immortal Luoyang had a dark expression. The words around him stabbed into his heart like sharp knives. His life was destroyed just like that. Destroyed in the hands of someone who had ascended from the lower worlds. What was even more ironic was that thousands of years ago, this person was so weak like an ant. In fact, he did not even take this person seriously. Right then, another light flashed above the square. Immediately after, a figure coughing out blood appeared and staggered to the ground, clutching his sunken chest with a pale expression. Prince Tianhuang. The crowd exclaimed. Prince Tianhuang was a popular candidate for the fight for the seal this time round. Although Prince Tianhuang did not have any powerful helpers, he was an expert who was on the top 10 of the heaven ranking prediction to begin with. If he could truly ascend the lone island, he would have the greatest advantage against the other princes. Nobody expected Prince Tianhuang to be the first to be eliminated among the remaining princes. Even Xia Ling frowned, slightly in surprise. Isn't this battle way too tragic? Indeed, it has only just begun, but 3 of the top 10 on the heaven ranking prediction are already out. One is dead, one's lifespan is depleted, and another one is severely injured. It must be Zhong Feiyu. Apart from him, no one else can possess such powerful combat strength. It should be him. Although fellow Taoist Lai Xian has the same combat strength, he shouldn't be so ruthless to Prince Tianhuang. Everyone discussed fervently. Xia Ling went forward and took out a few spirit pills for Prince Tianhuang to consume. He frowned and asked, "What's going on inside? Did Zhong Feiyu do this?" "No." Prince Tianhuang panted slightly and replied angrily with a livid expression. "It's not Zhong Feiyu." Xia Ling was puzzled. After pondering for a moment, a thought flashed through his mind. Suddenly, he recalled that there seemed to be a person on the heaven ranking prediction who specialized in a supreme divine power that could manipulate time. Could it be? Xia Ling's expression changed slightly in disbelief. Azura battlefield, in front of the malevolent Blood Lake. Prince Mingjiong was enraged after losing Song Su. At that moment, he could no longer hold it in and said in a deep voice, "In my opinion, we should join forces to suppress this person first." "Exactly. Princess Yu," Yan said. "With this person blocking the bridge, none of us can go over. We can only watch as Xia Qingqing takes away the spirit cloud seal." "All right." Prince Yu stood out as well and agreed. "Let's join forces and suppress this person first." Prince Xing Yan added hurriedly, "That's right. It's fine if either of us obtains the spirit cloud seal. We can't let that bastard Xia Qingqing obtain it, right?" "Humph." Su Zimo looked at the hundreds of top-tier heaven immortals opposite him and sneered. "A motley crowd. Even if you join forces, you're nothing compared to me." Those words were like a slap to everyone's faces. Almost all the heaven immortals present were grade 9 heaven immortals. Furthermore, some of them were even on the heaven ranking prediction, such as Zhong Feiyu and Yu Hai. But now, Su Zimo's words targeted everyone. "Arrogant fool! How brazen! Everyone, let's attack together and teach him an unforgettable lesson." Many cultivators were worked up and attacked one after another without the need for the princes to give the order, releasing divine powers and secret skills. The divine powers and secret skills surged in a single direction like countless torrents and rivers converging into a raging tide. One after another, heaven-grade dermic treasures turned into countless divine lights in midair and weaved into an impenetrable net that enveloped Su Zimo. 3 heads, 6 arms. Against the encirclement of hundreds of cultivators, Su Zimo did not retreat at all and defended the Permitha Bridge alone, releasing his supreme divine power. He grew 2 more heads and 4 arms. He held the Trinity Auspicious Jade in one hand, the Primordial Unity Horsetail Whip in another, and the 7 Tails Phoenix Feather Fan in yet another. The 3 empty palms conjured divine powers and dermic arts as he stood on the spot and spun rapidly. The Trinity auspicious jade transformed into a streak of light in midair and struck the impenetrable web of dermic treasures, creating a gigantic hole. When the dermic treasures collided with the Trinity auspicious jade, they were brushed down instantly. In the blink of an eye, the entire net was shattered by the Trinity auspicious jade. Even if some heaven-grade dermic treasures managed to land, they were sent flying by the green lotus true body. Su Zimo conjured the spirit turtle shield and released the heavenly perfected water at the same time. It enveloped the spirit turtle shield and made the defense of that innate divine power even more shocking, defending against the impact of many divine powers and secret skills. At the same time, Su Zimo channeled his secret skill and released the mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram, causing his strength to rise once more. Massive star regions appeared above his head, and millions of stars scattered endless starlight that surged into his body. Even with hundreds of top heaven immortals attacking at the same time, they could not shake Su Zimo. In fact, they could not even make him take a step back. I'll let you guys witness my capabilities as well. After Su Zimo defended against the first wave of attacks, his gaze intensified and he conjured finger swords with both hands. A shocking killing intent burst forth from his body and surged into the clouds, shocking the 9 hells. He released the heaven and earth slaying sword arts at the same time. The next moment, the ground shook and the skies collapsed. Millions of heaven slaying sword chi exploded in the crowd opposite. In the skies, the stars were in chaos and countless sword chi condensed into a sword chi divine dragon that swooped down. Everywhere it passed, it was blood red and broken limbs flew everywhere. The ground beneath Prince Xing Yan's feet suddenly split open and a sword chi soaring serpent burrowed out. In his hurry, he dodged hurriedly. Even so, the soaring serpent snapped more than half of his body with a single bite. Fresh blood flowed, and his organs spilled with a torrential blood stench. Prince Xingyan was scared out of his wits and did not dare to stay on the spot. He released the teleportation talisman and left the Azura battlefield. The battlefield fell into chaos because of the burst of the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts. During this period of time, streaks of light flashed. Some people could not hold on any longer and chose to escape from the Azura battlefield. However, Su Zimo's counterattack did not stop. He conjured hand seals once more and channeled his essence spirit. Suddenly, for flames of different colors appeared beside him. The Southern Mingli Fire, Immortal Dao Fire, Fiend Dao Fire, and Buddhist Dao Fire. The 4 flames fused together rapidly and transformed into a gigantic fireball, emitting an incomparably scorching heat that seemed like it could melt everything in the world. Lai Xian, who had an extremely deep cultivation in the Tao of Flames, could naturally sense the terrifying power contained in the fireball. However, that power was not enough to threaten him. Right then, Su Zimo threw the fireball towards the crowd. At the same time, another spirit consciousness flame burst forth from his consciousness and entered the fireball. At that point, Lai Xian's expression changed starkly. Chapter 2517 2517 Essence Spirit Fight 2517 Essence Spirit Fight. The synthesis of the 4 flames had already reached an extremely terrifying temperature. Now that another flame had fused into the gigantic fireball, the fireball underwent a qualitative change, and its power increased exponentially. Hurry and escape. Lai Xian's eyes widened as he suddenly roared. The synthesis of 4 flames was not much of a threat to him, but now even he had to release his full strength to defend against the synthesis of 5 flames. If that was the case for him, one could imagine what would happen to the others. Lai Xian was a reincarnated perfected immortal of the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom after all. Naturally, he did not want the many princes present to die here. Prince Feng, Prince Yu and the others had some insights into the Tao of Flames and could sense how terrifying Su Zimo's secret skill was. Now that they heard Lai Xian's warning, the few of them crushed their teleportation talismans without hesitation. It was a small matter if they could not get their hands on the Spirit Cloud seal. However, it would be too late for regrets if their cultivations were crippled or they died because of it. Brother Zhong, Princess Yu Yan was still hesitant and asked with a voice transmission instinctively, "Escape." Zhong Feiyu did not waste his breath and merely said a single word. His judgment was the same as Lai Xian. Of the cultivators present, he, Yu Hai, and Lai Xian were probably the only ones who could defend against that secret skill. Nobody else would be spared. Some cultivators sensed that the situation was bad and did not dare to hesitate when they heard Lai Xian's reminder, retreating from the Azura battlefield one after another. However, some cultivators harbored hope. By the time Su Zimo's Pankati Tao fire exploded in the crowd and flames spread in all directions, it was already too late for them to escape. Some of the cultivators who were at the center of the Pankati Tao fire were incinerated and evaporated instantly. Their essence spirits and bodies were destroyed without any ashes left. Boom! 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 Zhong Feiyu, Lai Xian, and Yu Hai released their bloodline phenomenons at the same time to defend against the Pankati Tao fire. Zhong Feiyu's bloodline phenomenon actually conjured a gigantic human phantom that towered into the skies and looked down on all living beings, protecting him within the sea of flames. A deep blue ocean appeared around Yu Hai, churning raging tides to defend against the surrounding flames. Lai Xian stood in the sea of flames with rising 9 suns behind him. However, at that moment, his eyes were closed and he was bathed in the Pankati Tao fire. The 9 blazing suns turned even hotter, as though they were sensing something. Zhong Feiyu and Yu Hai exchanged glances and released their bloodline phenomenons. Stepping on the flames, they formed a triangular formation and charged towards Su Zimo. Yu Hai hollered softly, "Su Zimo, let's see how much longer you can last after releasing secret skills of that level consecutively." In his opinion, Su Zimo was a grade 7 heaven immortal after all. Releasing heaven and earth, slaying sword arts together with a flame secret skill of that level must have taken a huge toll on his essence spirit. However, he did not know that when Su Zimo was a grade 6 heaven immortal, his essence spirit was already at the level of a grade 9 heaven immortal. Now that Su Zimo had cultivated to become a grade 7 heaven immortal, his essence spirit realm had already surpassed that of a grade 9 heaven immortal. Coupled with the augmentation of the 6-tusk divine strength, although the strength of his essence spirit was not at the perfected one realm, it was extremely close. Otherwise, there was no way he could sense the 6 perfected immortals of divine firmament palace above the ancient city. "Su Zimo, you will definitely die today." Zhong Feiyu had long retracted his cynical attitude and viewed Su Zimo as the strongest opponent in his life. Prior to this, the reason why he wanted to kill Su Zimo was to please Sither Immortal Meng Yao and obtain the Pure Jade Manual. But now his greatest goal was to kill Su Zimo and eliminate this threat. He did not dare to imagine if anyone of the same level could match Su Zimo by the time he cultivated to become a grade 8 or 9 heaven immortal. "Humph." Su Zimo sneered. "If you want to kill me, I'll add fuel to the fire." Before his sentence was finished, he gripped the 7 tails phoenix feather fan with both hands and fanned the fire in front of him 3 times. The 7 tails phoenix feather fan was a top-tier dermic treasure of the Tao of Fire to begin with. Although it was suppressed by the white tiger blood, malevolent blood, and could not condense a divine phoenix, the might of the fan was still present. The power of the Pankati Tao fire was raised to another level after borrowing the force of the wild wind created by the dermic treasure of the Tao of Fire. Gulp, gulp. In the blink of an eye, the deep sea around Yu Hai turned incomparably scorching and surged with countless bubbles as steam billowed on the surface of the sea. Yu Hai's bloodline phenomenon was about to be evaporated by the Pankati Dao fire. Zhong Feiyu's situation was not much better. The humanoid phantom behind him dimmed significantly and swayed slightly, as though it could not withstand the heat of the Pankati Dao fire and could collapse at any moment. Don't waste time with him. Let's use our essence, spirit, secret skills to destroy him. Zhong Feiyu hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Yu Hai with a spirit consciousness. All right, Yu Hai had that intention as well. If the two of them joined forces and released their essence, spirit, secret skills, they would definitely be able to deal a fatal blow to Su Zimo. As long as Su Zimo's essence spirit was impacted, the flame secret skill he released would be destroyed on its own. Phew! Yu Hai's glabella shone, and his massive spirit consciousness condensed continuously. In the blink of an eye, a seemingly tiny mountain flew out of his consciousness. However, it contained a thick and majestic power of spirit consciousness and flew toward Su Zimo. Go! A sword beam flew out from Zhong Feiyu's glabella as well, arriving instantly in Su Zimo's face. Essence spirit. Su Zimo had a fearless expression and chose to ignore the sword chi secret skill released by Zhong Feiyu. He condensed his spirit consciousness and activated a secret skill. If you want to fight with your essence spirit, I'll show you what an essence spirit secret skill is. Su Zimo hollered and released the Gautama dermic seal first. A bedazzling golden rune struck the incoming mountain peak. The collision between essence spirit secret skills was silent but extremely dangerous. Yu Hai's expression changed starkly and his body swayed slightly. His face turned pale and he nearly fell from midair. He was the one disadvantaged in the fight between essence spirit secret skills, and his essence spirit received quite a shock. This person's essence spirit realm is even higher than mine. Yu Hai had a horrified expression. Furthermore, the might of Su Zimo's essence spirit secret skill of the Buddhist monasteries was shocking as well. The essence spirit of the Green Lotus True Body was synthesized with the Dragon Phoenix essence spirit. Coupled with the fact that he cultivated the taboo mystic classic, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, he had never encountered anyone in the same cultivation realm who could match him in essence spirit fights. Back in the Emperor's tomb, it was because he released a series of essence spirit secret skills in succession that Yun Ting was defeated and almost killed. Sensing danger, Yu Hai took out a teleportation talisman without hesitation, wanting to escape from this place. However, the moment the teleportation talisman shattered, Su Zimo's second essence, spirit, secret skill descended. It was like a bolt of lightning streaking through the night. A whip that shone with endless lightning crossed the void and the sea of flames whipping him. Yu Hai shuddered and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. However, his figure was still brought away from the Azura battlefield by the power of the teleportation talisman and vanished. Chapter 2518. 2518 Retreating in Shock. 2518 Retreating in Shock. Zhong Feiyu did not care about Yu Hai's life and death. He only noticed that his spirit consciousness sword chi entered Su Zimo's consciousness without any resistance. Did he succeed? Zhong Feiyu believed that no essence spirit could defend against his spirit consciousness sword chi. Furthermore, his essence spirit realm far surpassed that of a grade 9 heaven immortal. The power of his essence spirit was even infinitely close to the perfected one realm. Unfortunately, when the sword chi entered Su Zimo's consciousness, it vanished without a trace like a rock entering the sea. Su Zimo did not seem to be affected or injured at all. Not only that, Su Zimo even turned around and grinned at him. That smile sent chills down his spine. The reason why Su Zimo dared to make such a choice was naturally because he had the Green Lotus sword condensed from the Green Lotus seeds in his consciousness that could neutralize Zhong Feiyu's spirit consciousness, sword chi. Among the essence spirit secret skills he controlled, the two with the strongest might were not the ones earlier on, but the reverse scale. He had specially left that essence spirit secret skill for Zhong Feiyu. Su Zimo smiled at Zhong Feiyu before a palm-sized dragon scale flew out from his glabella and sped towards the latter. Although the dragon scale looked ordinary, Zhong Feiyu felt a strong sense of danger. However, he was indignant if he were to retreat just like that. Unlike everyone else, his capabilities and strength surpassed others by a level. Coupled with the teleportation talisman in his hands, he could leave at any moment. It was impossible for Su Zimo to kill him. At that thought, Zhong Feiyu did not retreat. Instead, he released a stream of spirit consciousness and tried to make contact with the dragon scale. The moment the two essence spirit secret skills made contact, and before they even collided, Zhong Feiyu's expression changed starkly as he severed the spirit consciousness and retreated. However, the reverse scale had long locked onto him. It followed his aura and continued chasing like a shadow. Ground prison painting. Right then, Su Zimo's voice sounded once more, and a supreme divine power descended. Once Zhong Feiyu was trapped on the spot and delayed for a bit, the reverse scale would descend and he would have nowhere to run. A divine power like ground prison painting posed no threat to Zhong Feiyu. However, he looked at the incoming dragon scale with deep fear in his eyes. Su Zimo, it's difficult for me to unleash my methods in the Azura battlefield. I'll let you be smug today. We'll definitely fight during the battle for the heaven ranking. Before his sentence was finished, Zhong Feiyu crushed the teleportation talisman without hesitation. With a bright flash, he left the Azura battlefield instantly. The reverse scale still wanted to chase after the aura left behind by Zhong Feiyu. Unfortunately, Zhong Feiyu was extracted from this space. Although the reverse scale was powerful, it could not cross space and gradually dissipated. Su Zimo was not surprised by this outcome. Zhong Feiyu was way too cautious and could sense danger. He did not dare to take the reverse scale head-on and merely touched it. Furthermore, Zhong Feiyu's essence spirit was not inferior to his. Otherwise, his essence spirit would have been injured with that slight touch earlier on. Above the ancient city, the 6 perfected immortals of divine Firmament Palace looked down with dumbfounded expressions. Previously, they had expected this battle to be extremely intense. Zhong Feiyu, Song Su, Heaven Immortal Luoyang, Yu Hai, and Xie Tianhuang were all on the top 10 of the heaven ranking prediction. However, alongside hundreds of other heaven immortals, they were completely defeated by a single person. This was an outcome none of them expected. Song Su and Yu Hai were dead. Heaven Immortal Luoyang's lifespan had decreased significantly. Although he was still alive, he was no different from a cripple. Xie Tianhuang survived and escaped with serious injuries. Among the 5 of them, only Zhong Feiyu managed to escape, completely unscathed. Furthermore, in that final scene, Zhong Feiyu was clearly shocked by Su Zimo's methods and did not dare to fight again. The other hundreds of heaven immortals suffered even more losses, and only a small half managed to escape alive. The rest were buried in the sea of flames. Divine Swamp murmured with a conflicted expression, "Who would have thought that the fight for the seal would end in such a manner?" Divine Cloud sighed as well. That's right. Prior to this, everyone thought that there would be rivers of blood on this Permetha bridge and corpses would be strewn all over the lone island. However, he guarded the Permetha bridge alone and stopped everyone outside. Xie Qingqing was the only one who arrived on the island. Even now, Divine Wind still felt that it was unbelievable. Divine Flames lamented there were only 2 people left in Xie Qingqing's group, but they became the final victors. Chaos, complete chaos. Divine Rainbow murmured continuously. What? The others asked instinctively. Divine Rainbow looked at the heaven ranking prediction before him and smiled bitterly. In this battle, Su Zimo single-handedly turned the heaven ranking prediction into chaos. Indeed. Fairy Divine Crane nodded as well. 3 of the top 10 on the heaven ranking prediction have been completely eliminated. Furthermore, among the cultivators who just died, some of them were on the heaven ranking prediction as well. How should we rank that lad? Divine Rainbow asked. Rank 3 at least. In my opinion, he can be rank 2. He's only a grade 7 heaven immortal. It doesn't make sense if we place him at our rank 2. No matter what, he has to be above Zhong Feiyu. Although Zhong Feiyu could not unleash his full combat strength on the Azura battlefield, the pressure on Su Zimo in this battle was even greater as he took on everyone single-handedly. Yes, I think rank 3 is alright then. After all, Chingu isn't weak either. Fairy Divine Crane said. Furthermore, being rank 2 or 3 makes no difference for him. If I'm not wrong, it will be either him or Yun Ting who will take the rank 1 spot. Who will write the updates on Su Zimo? Divine Rainbow asked. Although it was only a huge battle, there was a lot of information. Let me do it. Fairy Divine Crane took the initiative to say, Don't rush, let's wait first. It's not over just yet. Divine Cloud reminded. There were only 2 people left in front of the malevolent blood lake. Lai Xian and Su Zimo. Divine Rainbow's expression changed as he suddenly said, Interesting. Lai Xian actually managed to comprehend something from Su Zimo's flame secret skill earlier on. He seems to have benefited quite a bit. In that case, does Lai Xian have a chance of defeating this lad? Indeed, it's possible. Don't forget, Lai Xian is at his peak condition right now. As for Su Zimo, he has just fought a fierce battle and has almost released all his trump cards. He has expended a lot of energy. Fairy Divine Crane said hurriedly, even if Lai Xian wins, Su Zimo's ranking won't change. Of course. The other few perfected immortals chuckled. On the battlefield below, the Pankati Dao fire was gradually extinguished. Lai Xian looked at Su Zimo opposite him and was in no hurry to attack. Su Zimo, I won't take advantage of you. You've expended too much energy fighting strong foes today. To be honest, I've just comprehended something and broke through the Great Sun Sutra once more. If I attack you now, it would be like bullying you. Su Zimo looked at Lai Xian quietly. After he was done speaking, he strode forward and said, Cut the crap! If you want to fight, fight. Chapter 2519. 2519 Suppression once more. 2519 Suppression once more. Looking at Su Zimo, who was charging over, Lai Xian shook his head gently. That's good as well. After I suppress you, I'll spare you too and we'll be even. That was the only way he could get rid of the trauma in his heart. Otherwise, every time he saw Su Zimo in the future, he would instinctively recall that he was released after being suppressed by the latter. Lai Xian channeled his bloodline phenomenon and his blood chi surged. Rising 9 suns appeared behind him, emitting a terrifying heat with raging flames as his aura rose continuously. Everyone thinks that when the Great Sun Sutra is cultivated to its limits, the bloodline phenomenon will produce 9 blazing suns. Lai Xian said in a deep voice, even many people from the Yan-Yang royal family don't know that the peak of this sutra technique is the 9 of 9 convergence, creating a single blazing sun. The moment he said that, the 9 blazing suns behind Lai Xian collided rapidly and released a blinding light. Even with the strength of Su Zimo's eyes, he narrowed his eyes and paused for a moment. In reality, the light of the 9 suns converging alone was enough to blind cultivators of the same cultivation realm. The reason why Su Zimo's eyes were fine was all thanks to the illumination and nether glowstones in them. Earlier on, I comprehended the final true meaning of the Great Sun Sutra through your fire secret skill. As the first person to endure this power, you should feel honored by your defeat." Lai Xian was extremely confident and charged toward Su Zimo as though he was one with the gigantic, blazing sun behind him. With the 9 of 9 convergence, the 9 blazing suns became a singular sun, and Lai Xian's combat strength increased exponentially. Su Zimo's figure was still in midair as he clasped his palms together and intertwined his fingers, forming a strange dermic seal. Me. At the same time, Su Zimo chanted Sanskrit and raised the dermic seal, striking towards Lai Xian. Instantly, in Lai Xian's eyes, Su Zimo seemed to have vanished. What he saw was a pitch-black mountain range that circled endlessly, enveloping a pure land. A ferocious dermic seal of the Buddhist monasteries descended, the great Vajra seal. Back in Avicii, Su Zimo was lucky enough to obtain the impartation of Emperor Ananda. He hid the profound truths of the great Vajra seal and great Mount Meru seal in the Siraka flower. A world in a flower. That was the reason why he was able to see the complete Vajra and Meru divine mountains of the Buddhist monasteries and comprehend the essence of those 2 dermic seals. Boom! There was a deafening bang. Lai Xian's charging figure was blocked by Su Zimo's great Vajra seal and could not advance a half-step. Even the great sun phenomenon behind him began to sway slightly. The great Vajra seal was indestructible and immovable. Lai Xian felt that he had not bumped into a human, but an incomparably tough mountain peak that stood upright. How is that possible? Lai Xian channeled his blood qi and let out a long howl. The great sun phenomenon behind him burst forth with endless flames that engulfed the great Vajra mountain. Su Zimo chanted Sanskrit and conjured hand seals once more, as though another mountain had been condensed. The moment the mountain peak descended, Lai Xian felt an unimaginable pressure. If the great Vajra mountain gave him the feeling that it was indestructible and immovable, there was only a single word to describe the feeling of Su Zimo's second dermic seal: heavy. It was heavy and majestic, descending with a shocking might. How could there be any living being in this world that could withstand such a terrifying mountain peak? The great Mount Meru seal had descended. After cultivating the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, Su Zimo's power would increase exponentially if he released any dermic art of the Buddhist monasteries. Furthermore, the might of the 2 dermic seals of the Buddhist monasteries was extremely terrifying to begin with. Boom! There was another loud bang. A majestic mountain peak crushed down heavily on Lai Xian. The gigantic sun behind him seemed to be overwhelmed and swayed violently, flickering with a bright light as though it could collapse at any moment. At that moment, Lai Xian was carrying the great Mount Meru on his back and the great Vajra mountain in front of him. Unable to advance, he was under immense pressure, and his bones crackled. Ah! Lai Xian roared and bit the tip of his tongue gently, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood. He released a secret skill, and the power in his body rose once more, throwing out the great Mount Meru. However, at that moment, it was as though an anaconda had slithered over from beneath his feet and coiled around him instantly. At this distance, Su Zimo would not give him any chance. Lai Xian had just removed Mount Meru when he was restricted by Su Zimo once more. Under the continuous suppression of the great Vajra seal and great Mount Meru seal, his great sun phenomenon was already on the verge of collapse. Now that Su Zimo was closing in, it broke down completely. It was almost the same situation. Lai Xian was restrained by Su Zimo's anaconda coil once more. His eyes bulged and were bloodshot, unable to move at all as he listened to the sound of bones grinding in his body. As long as Su Zimo exerted strength, he could crush Lai Xian's body. Su Zimo's palm hovered above Lai Xian's head the entire time. The latter would not even get a chance to send his essence, spirit, out of his body. Lai Xian was way too aggrieved. Previously, he was distracted because he wanted to save Prince Yen. As such, it was understandable for him to be taken advantage of by Su Zimo. But now, the two of them were fighting openly and in less than 3 moves. He was suppressed by Su Zimo once more. The most frustrating thing was that he used the same move twice. Lai Xian felt his vision darken and his consciousness blur, gradually unable to hold on. Suddenly, his body lightened and the suffocating, ubiquitous pressure from earlier on vanished instantly. Lai Xian half knelt on the ground, panting heavily. "I've already said that I'll let you off after suppressing you again." Su Zimo's voice sounded not far ahead. Lai Xian did not look up. He no longer knew how he should face Su Zimo in the future. More importantly, a sense of helplessness rose in his heart. He had already cultivated the Great Sun Sutra to the peak and condensed the bloodline phenomenon of 9 suns convergence. Even so, he could not defeat Su Zimo, who had just gone through a massive battle and was suppressed within 3 moves. He felt that he might never be able to surpass this person in the future. Lai Xian raised his head and looked at Su Zimo, who was not far away, with a conflicted expression. This cultivator, who looked like a frail scholar, gave him the feeling of the unshakable Great Vajra Mountain and the unstoppable Great Mount Meru. The pressure was immense, and it was impossible for him to overcome. Even as a reincarnated perfected immortal who had gone through 2 lives, he could not surpass this person. Unlike the others who were in the top 10 of the heaven ranking prediction, Su Zimo did not kill Lai Xian. Firstly, it was because of Xie Qingqing's request. Secondly, he felt that Lai Xian was quite an upright person. Thirdly, Su Zimo had another motive. If Xie Qingqing had not pleaded for mercy, Su Zimo would have killed Lai Xian a long time ago. In a certain sense, Xie Qingqing was Lai Xian's savior. Now that Xie Qingqing had successfully obtained the Spirit Cloud seal and would rule over a territory, he needed top-tier experts by his side. Lai Xian was a good candidate. Given Lai Xian's endowment and experience, he would definitely be able to become a perfected immortal in the future. With his support, Xie Qingqing would definitely be able to gain a foothold in the fights within the royal family of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom in the future. Chapter 25-20 25-20 Prince of Spirit Cloud County. 25-20 Prince of Spirit Cloud County. In the square of the Yen-Yang Palace, Song Su, who was in the top 10 of the heaven ranking prediction, was dead. Heaven Immortal Luoyang was now in his twilight years, and Prince Tianhuang was severely injured. Everyone was filled with emotions after seeing that. They had long expected that the battle for the seal would be unusually intense. However, to think that the battle would surpass the level of insanity, it could even be described as tragic. Even 3 experts on the top 10 of the heaven ranking prediction ended up in such states. Furthermore, that's them with the teleportation talismans. Without the teleportation talismans, Heaven Immortal Luoyang and Prince Tianhuang might not have been spared either. Even if Heaven Immortal Luoyang isn't dead, he won't be able to live for long. Many cultivators pointed at the white-haired and old Heaven Immortal Luoyang without any reservations. Heaven Immortal Luoyang's old face was dark. Prior to this, he was rank 8 on the heaven ranking prediction and was at his peak. When the surrounding cultivators saw him, they would reveal looks of reverence. Who would dare to spout nonsense? But now he was in his twilight years and his blood chi was weak. His essence spirit was depleted, and he might not be able to defeat any of the grade 9 heaven immortals present, let alone make it back into the heaven ranking prediction. Given Heaven Immortal Luoyang's previous status and glorious achievements, there was no need for him to stay here and endure such humiliation. However, he was indignant. He wanted to wait here for the final outcome. He wanted to know about Su Zimo's crushing defeat or even death right away. He believed that Zhong Feiyu could do it. Zhong Feiyu was a reincarnated perfected immortal who was rank 3 on the heaven ranking prediction after all. Furthermore, he could join forces with Yu Hai, and there were hundreds of heaven immortal experts with them. Right then, a light flashed above the square, and figures appeared one after another. Prince Xing Yan dragged his battered body and escaped. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with fear. It was unknown how much shock he endured. Most of the other dozens of cultivators were covered in injuries, and fresh blood flowed. Xie Ling hurried forward and helped Prince Xing Yan stabilize his injuries and reconstruct his body. Prince Xing Yan is out as well. It's expected. His cultivation isn't high to begin with. The two experts under his lead who are on the heaven ranking prediction are far too inferior to Zhong Feiyu and the others. How many princes are left? There's only Prince Mingjiang, Princess Yu Yan, Prince Feng, and Prince Yu left. However, Princess Yu Yan has the help of Zhong Feiyu, while Prince Yu has the help of Yu Hai. The chances are higher for the two of them. There seems to be one more missing. Another cultivator calculated for a moment and asked with a frown when he realized that the numbers were not right. Another person thought for a long time before remembering and pouting. There's also Xie Qingqing, who went in with just slightly more than 10 people. He doesn't stand a chance at all. That's right. By his side, the only person who can barely be considered as a somebody is Su Zimo of the Academy. However, I heard that he's only a grade 6 heaven immortal. Another person laughed. Everyone, what do you think? The battle for the seal was so tragic this time round. Song, Su, heaven immortal Luoyang, and Prince Heaven Phoenix ended up in such a state. Is a grade 6 heaven immortal like him enough? Most of the cultivators were attracted by the situation of Song Su, heaven immortal Luoyang, and the others, and did not notice the changes in the heaven ranking prediction. Listening to the discussions around him, heaven immortal Luoyang, Prince Tianhuang, Prince Xingyan, and the others who had just escaped from the Azura battlefield had ugly expressions. What do you guys know? Prince Xingyan could not hold it in any longer and cursed at the crowd. Everyone was at a loss. Suddenly, another flash of light appeared above the square. Immediately after, the figures of Prince Mingjiang, Prince Feng, and Prince Yu descended above the square. Before long, Princess Yu Yan's figure appeared as well. At the same time, more than 100 heaven immortals, burning with flames and black smoke, appeared one after another, shouting for help with hoarse and tragic voices. A group of cultivators under Xie Ling hurried forward and saved the heaven immortals. What's going on? Since the 4 princes are out, the battle for the seal should have ended, right? Who obtained the spirit cloud seal? Princess Yu Yan. Many cultivators were confused, and countless questions surfaced in their minds. Where were Zhong Feiyu and Yu Hai? Where were the others? Where was the spirit cloud seal? Who burned these heaven immortals to such an extent? As everyone discussed, another light flashed above the square, and Yu Hai's figure appeared, falling to the ground with a thud. Yu Hai did not seem to be injured at all. However, everyone's expressions changed when they scanned with their spirit consciousnesses. He was dead. Rank 7 on the heaven ranking prediction. Yu Hai of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect was dead as well. What happened inside? Is there a need to ask? Zhong Feiyu is the only one left inside. He must have done it. Humph. Princess Yu Yan's expression was cold as she harumphed coldly. This has nothing to do with Brother Zhong. Don't spout nonsense. With a single glance, Xie Ling could tell that Yu Hai's essence spirit was severely injured and was dead. If it was not Zhong Feiyu's doing, there was only a single possibility. Another beam of light flashed on the square. When Zhong Feiyu appeared, his face was pale and he looked flustered. Even though he had already returned to the Yenyang Palace, he still turned back with lingering fear. After ensuring that he had broken free from the dragon scale completely, he heaved a sigh of relief and gradually composed himself. Brother Zhong, even you. Princess Yu Yan looked at Zhong Feiyu with a conflicted expression, wanting to speak but stopped. Zhong Feiyu was silent for a moment before saying, Yu Yan, I'm sorry. I couldn't unleash my full strength in the Azura battlefield, and my hands were tied. But don't worry, I let him witness my true strength in the battle for the heaven ranking. With that said, he turned to leave and sped in the direction of the teleportation formation in the capital of Yenyang, disappearing before long. Princess Yu Yan stomped her feet in anger. What was the point of him regaining his dignity in the battle for the heaven ranking? She had already lost her chance to become the princess of Spirit Cloud County. When Heaven Immortal Luoyang saw that, he had already guessed the final outcome and knew that it was meaningless for him to stay. After Zhong Feiyu left, he left as well, prepared to return to Flying Immortal Sect. The surrounding cultivators were still puzzled. What did Zhong Feiyu mean by that? Even he lost? It should be. From the looks of it, he must have lost to the reincarnated perfected immortal of our Yenyang Immortal Kingdom, Lord Laixian. I've long known that Lord Laixian's strength is above Zhong Feiyu. But what's the use of Lord Laixian being inside? He's not a prince. How can he obtain the Spirit Cloud Seal? We seem to have neglected someone. Right then, another person left the Azura battlefield. Laixian appeared. Looking at the dense crowd around him, Laixian sighed. The battle for the seal is over. It's over? Who obtained the Spirit Cloud Seal? Everyone asked hurriedly. Laixian said, There's only a single prince left in the Azura battlefield, and you guys are asking me who obtained the Spirit Cloud Seal. There's only a prince left. Could it be Xia Qingcheng? How is that possible? Right then, a dignified voice sounded from above the Yenyang Palace. The Spirit Cloud Seal already belongs to someone. The new prince of Spirit Cloud County is Xia Qingcheng. Accompanied by that voice, Xia Qingcheng appeared above the palace with a bedazzling seal in his hands. Instantly, it was as though he was covered in endless glory. Under the cover of the Spirit Cloud Seal, he shone brightly. Against that light, almost no one noticed that not far behind him was a green-robed cultivator with refined features. Chapter 25-21 25-21 Change in the Heaven Ranking 25-21 Change in the Heaven Ranking Heaven and Earth Academy. On the last day of the battle for the seal, a large number of disciples of the Academy gathered in the square of the inner sect. There were close to 100,000 disciples from the inner sect alone. The elders of the Academy even specially allowed outer sect disciples to head to the inner sect square to watch the real-time updates of the heaven ranking prediction. Coupled with some immortal servants of the Academy and foreign cultivators, there were more than 100,000 cultivators gathered here, and it could be said to be a sea of people. The reason why there was such a huge commotion this time round was mainly because the number one of the inner sect, Su Zimo, was taking part in the battle for the seal. Furthermore, there were huge fluctuations to Su Zimo's ranking on the heaven ranking prediction. First, he was ranked in the top 10 before vanishing completely. Immediately after, he returned to the heaven ranking prediction but was ranked last. What was even stranger was that although there were changes to the rankings of the heaven ranking prediction during the past few days, Su Zimo's ranking had always been at the bottom, completely motionless. Nobody knew what happened in the Azura battlefield to cause such a strange situation. Today was the last day of the battle for the seal. If nothing went wrong, the final outcome would appear on this day, and there would also be a conclusion to the heaven ranking prediction. That was the reason why many disciples of the Academy were gathered here. Apart from Yan Bingying and the others, Tao Yao and Lu Ping ran over as well. In fact, some legacy disciples even came to watch out of curiosity on the last day. Yang Ruoxu and Princess Scarlet Rainbow stood side by side. Tao Yao and Lu Ping stood in front of them. For the past few days, Princess Scarlet Rainbow was worried and did not leave. Princess Scarlet Rainbow murmured softly, "No matter who the spirit cloud seal eventually belongs to, I just hope that nothing happens to senior brother Su and brother Qingqing. Nothing matters as long as they're fine. Don't worry." Yang Ruoxa said, "With Zimo around, no harm should happen to Xie Qingqing." Tao Yao was eating peaches leisurely at the side, chewing and swallowing slowly, as though he was not concerned about changes on the heaven ranking prediction. "Tao, why aren't you worried at all?" Lu Ping asked. "Senior brother's ranking has fallen to the bottom for more than 20 days without any changes. I think it's all right." Tao Yao said casually. Compared to Lu Ping, Tao Yao knew Su Zimo better. In the center of the square, more than 1,000 foreign cultivators were gathered. They did not leave and were waiting for the final outcome. For more than 20 days, Su Zimo's ranking did not increase at all, and that made them feel relieved. Tian Jia of Flying Immortal Sect smiled. "Fellow Taoist Yen, there's quite the commotion in your academy with so many people gathered. Won't you guys be utterly embarrassed if Su Zimo ends up making a fool of himself?" "True," Ling Mu of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom said. "What if Su Zimo dies in the Azura battlefield? Wouldn't that mean we've been waiting for nothing?" There were too many disciples of the academy in the surroundings, and cultivators of other sects and factions did not dare to mock him too much. Yan Bingying was unwilling to argue with them and merely looked at the heaven ranking prediction in silence. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. The heaven ranking prediction had changed. Furthermore, the change. Yan Bingying could not believe her eyes and closed them intentionally, looking over once more. That was right. Su Zimo's ranking went from the bottom of the heaven ranking prediction to rank 7. It was even a few spots higher than his previous rank 10. Everyone look. Yan Bingying was a little agitated as she pointed to the ranking of the heaven ranking prediction and shouted. At that moment, some cultivators noticed the changes in the heaven ranking prediction as well. The crowd exploded instantly. Rank 7 on the heaven ranking prediction. He's even higher than Fang Qingyun's previous position by 3 spots. Senior brother Su is way too strong. I knew it. Many disciples of the academy were invigorated. Yang Ruoxu and Princess Scarlet Rainbow exchanged glances and heaved a sigh of relief. Tianjia Lingmu, Fairy Bai Hua, and the other foreign cultivators had ugly expressions and could not believe it. "Sorry to disappoint you guys." Yan Bingying looked at Tianjia and the others and said indifferently. Ling Mu chuckled dryly. "That's nothing much. It might just be another mistake. After all, something like this happened more than 20 days ago." "That's right." Fairy Bai Hua added, "We'll talk about it after Su Zimo's evaluation is out. There has to be a convincing reason why his ranking has increased so much." Right then, the information of Su Zimo on the heaven ranking prediction underwent slight changes. In terms of cultivation realm, he had changed from a grade 6 heaven immortal to a grade 7 heaven immortal. After waiting for a long time, the other information remained the same without any additions. That's all. The foreign cultivators were dumbfounded. Tianjia raised his brow. His ranking was raised from the bottom to rank 7 just because he advanced a single cultivation realm? That's way too ridiculous. That's right. That evaluation of him won't be able to convince the masses. Fairy Bai Hua nodded. There's naturally a reason for the rankings decided by the perfected immortals of Divine Firmament Palace. That's right. If you're indignant, go look for Divine Firmament Palace. In reality, many disciples of the Academy felt guilty as well. After all, Su Zimo's achievements, information, and evaluation were way too inferior compared to the other experts who were in the top 10 of the heaven ranking prediction. He did not have any advantage at all. However, the disciples of the Academy refused to show weakness verbally. Just as everyone was arguing endlessly, the heaven ranking prediction changed once more. There's one less person in the top 10. Rank 5 of the Heaven ranking prediction, the number 1 Heaven execution guard, Song Su. Everyone quickly realized Song Su's ranking did not decrease, but he had completely vanished from the Heaven ranking prediction. How could this be? Ling Mu of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom panicked a little. Logically speaking, there was only a single possibility. Something serious had happened to Song Su, or he was severely injured. Otherwise, it meant that he was dead. Could something have happened to Song Su, who was rank 5 on the Heaven ranking prediction? Zhong Feiyu and Lai Xian are probably the only ones who can defeat Song Su. Before everyone could recover from the shock of this matter, someone else from the top 10 of the Heaven ranking prediction disappeared. Everyone look. One more person is gone. It's Heaven Immortal Luo Yang, rank 8 of the Heaven ranking prediction. Similar to Song Su, Heaven Immortal Luo Yang's situation was the same. He had vanished from the Heaven ranking prediction completely. Heavens, isn't this battle for the seal way too tragic? Paragons who were on the top 10 of the Heaven ranking prediction were defeated consecutively and removed from the Heaven ranking prediction. In the following period of time, a few more cultivators on the Heaven ranking prediction disappeared completely. Countless cultivators were focused on the Heaven ranking prediction, wanting to see the final outcome. Before long, rank 7 of the Heaven ranking prediction, Yu Hai of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect, vanished from the ranking. The entire Heaven ranking prediction was in complete chaos. Everyone discussed softly and guessed the many possibilities of the Azura battlefield. A while later, the Heaven ranking prediction changed once more. This time round, no one disappeared. Su Zimo's ranking rose yet again, and he was now rank 3 on the Heaven ranking prediction. Chapter 25-22 25-22 Escape 2522 Escape. After a momentary silence in the square of the inner courtyard, a huge commotion broke out. The crowd was in an uproar. This time round it was not only foreign cultivators, even many disciples of the academy could not believe it. There's definitely something wrong with the Heaven ranking prediction. When Tianjia and the others saw the ranking, they were relieved and smiled. The true ranking will recover in a while. Zhong Feiyu was a reincarnated perfected immortal. Although Su Zimo was strong, he was only a grade 7 Heaven immortal. How could he be above Zhong Feiyu? That's right. Ling Mu nodded as well. Lord Song Su is the number 1 Heaven execution guard. Even if he can't defeat them, he can escape unscathed. How could anything have happened to him? Fairy Bai Hua pointed to the information of Su Zimo on the Heaven ranking prediction and sneered. He only has 2 battle records and has never fought against top-tier Heaven immortals. How can those battle records be convincing? Princess Scarlet Rainbow whispered, "Ruoxu, what's going on?" Young Ruoxu pondered for a moment and whispered, "There's only a single possibility for Zimo to be rank 3 on the Heaven ranking prediction, above Zhong Feiyu." Zhong Feiyu lost to Zimo in the Azura battlefield. Princess Scarlet Rainbow's heart skipped a beat. The reincarnated perfected immortal, Zhong Feiyu, was defeated. Right then, Su Zimo's page on the Heaven ranking prediction changed. Name, Su Zimo. Level, grade 7 Heaven immortal. Identity, Inner Sect Disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy. Successor of Astral Sect Secret Skill. Successor of the Pure Jade Manual, and suspected successor of the Buddhist monasteries. Although the information above did not change much, there were a few additional pieces of information in the battle record column. Battle record. In front of the malevolent blood lake in the Azura battlefield, he was surrounded by Zhong Feiyu, Lai Xian, Song Su, Yu Hai, Heaven Immortal Luo Yang, and Xie Tianhuang, who were all in the top 10 of the Heaven ranking prediction at that time. Su Zimo took the initiative and counterattacked. Under the encirclement of 6 people, he injured Song Su and was suspected to have been forced into the malevolent blood lake by Zhong Feiyu. Many cultivators were shocked when they saw that. Not only did Su Zimo dare to attack first against the encirclement of 6 top-tier Heaven Immortal experts, he even injured Song Su. How domineering was that? Everyone continued reading hurriedly. Su Zimo did not die in the malevolent blood lake. Instead, he broke through to become a grade 7 Heaven Immortal. On the final day of the Azura battlefield, he guarded the Permetha Bridge alone and fought against the 6 experts on the top 10 of the Heaven ranking prediction and hundreds of Heaven Immortals single-handedly. Up till the end of the battle, nobody could cross the Permetha Bridge. There was even more information in that statement. This meant that Xia Qingqing was the final winner of the battle for the seal. At the start of the battle, Su Zimo crippled Prince Yan and captured Lai Xian alive before releasing the latter. Thereafter, he killed Song Su instantly and severed 100,000 years of lifespan from Heaven Immortal Luo Yang. Next, he injured Xia Tianhuang severely before slaying Yu Hai and caused Zhong Feiyu to flee in fear. Pissed, hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the inner courtyard were shocked. If not for the fact that it was clearly stated on the Heaven ranking prediction, everyone would not have believed it. In the end, the battle for the seal turned out like this. Although every single sentence seemed simple, there was a lot of information behind it. At the same time, it confirmed everyone's previous guesses. The number 1 Heaven Execution Guard, Song Su, was indeed dead. Furthermore, he was killed instantly by Su Zimo. That was unimaginable for everyone. At the end of the battle, Lai Xian had an epiphany and his combat strength increased once more. However, he was captured alive by Su Zimo within 3 moves. Everyone was already feeling numb and did not know what to say. Of the 6 experts who were top 10 on the Heaven ranking prediction, 2 of them were killed by Su Zimo, 1 was crippled and another was severely injured. Zhong Feiyu and Lai Xian were the only ones who escaped unscathed. However, Lai Xian was even captured alive by Su Zimo twice. Earlier on, Fairy Baihua had just declared that Su Zimo's battle records were way too underwhelming, and he had no experience fighting against top Heaven Immortals. But now, in this battle, not only did Su Zimo fight against top Heaven Immortals, he even overwhelmed 6 of them single-handedly. Among the battle records of the Paragons on the Heaven ranking prediction, Yun Ting included. None of them were more shocking than this. That was the end of Su Zimo's battle records. There were also a few additional paragraphs in his evaluation at the back. Evaluation. Previously, there were many criticisms when this lad was rank 20 on the Heaven ranking prediction. Everyone felt that he had way too few battle records and tough battles to convincingly deserve that rank. However, this battle for the seal is enough to prove this lad's strength. Any criticism against him is now self-defeated. Many Academy disciples turned to look at Tianjia and the other foreign cultivators who were here to challenge Su Zimo and sneered. Tianjia and the others had ugly expressions of fear. The information on the Heaven ranking prediction made them shudder and sweat profusely. Even a few simple pieces of information felt like a suffocating pressure was surging towards them. Su Zimo fought against 6 top Heaven Immortals with the cultivation of a grade 7 Heaven Immortal and won in the end. It's unprecedented. In combat, the combat talent he displayed and his control of the situation were shocking. He attacked decisively and sharply, destroying the alliance of 6 people with a thunderous might before defeating them one after another. The entire process was breathtaking and almost perfect. The 6 of us were lucky enough to witness this battle and felt that our trip was not wasted. The 6 perfected immortals of Divine Firmament Palace had an extremely high evaluation of Su Zimo. Many disciples of the Academy felt their blood boil when they saw that sentence. It felt like they were sharing Su Zimo's honor. There's another detail worth mentioning in this battle. Su Zimo took the initiative domineeringly and captured Lai Xian before letting the latter off, while declaring that if he could suppress Lai Xian once, he could do it again. Later on, as expected, Lai Xian was captured once more. Su Zimo kept his promise as well and let Lai Xian off once more. This lad is decisive to kill, and his attacks are sharp. However, he has the magnanimity to accommodate others. It's rare, and his future accomplishments are limitless. Heaven and Earth Academy will definitely prosper with this person. His battle records and evaluation occupied the entire page. Although there were not many details of the battle explicitly, it left countless room for imagination. Everyone was certain that this battle would definitely be recorded in history. Su Zimo would also be famous in the divine firmament and become one of the most popular heaven immortals in the 9 firmament immortal domain, who could be ranked alongside Yunting. Right then, a commotion broke out in the crowd. It was Tianjia Lingmu, Fairy Bai Hua, and the other foreign cultivators who wanted to leave this place, but were stopped by many disciples of the academy. Everyone, where are you guys going in such a hurry? Stay here for a few more days. Otherwise, people might accuse our Heaven and Earth Academy of being rude to our esteemed guests. Hundreds of thousands of disciples of the academy surrounded the place in an impenetrable manner. Tianjia and the others looked at the surrounding crowd, and the pressure on them intensified. They said with flustered expressions, "I won't stay any longer. I still have something on, so I'll take my leave first." "That's right." Lingmu added hurriedly, "Something happened to Lord Song-su. I've got to go back and make arrangements for his funeral." Yan Bingying smiled gently. "Fellow Taoists, weren't you guys waiting for senior brother Su to return to challenge him?" And no. Tianjia and the others shuddered in fear and waved it off hurriedly. More than 1,000 foreign cultivators shook their heads in fear as well. Tianjia and the others were truly afraid. Who knew if they would be able to return alive after Su Zimo returned? If even Song-su was destroyed in a single move, who among them could defend against him? Yan Bingying waved it off with a mocking expression. Everyone from the academy opened up a path. Accompanied by a series of laughter, Tianjia and the others almost fled like birds and beasts. Chapter 25-23. 25-23, even stronger opponent. 25-23, even stronger opponent. At the same time, the cultivators of the major sects and factions of the divine firmament immortal domain who were paying attention to the battle for the seal saw the changes on the heaven ranking prediction. The divine firmament immortal domain was shocked. This battle had established Su Zimo's status in the divine firmament immortal domain as a peak heaven immortal. A grade 7 heaven immortal was rank 3 on the heaven ranking prediction. Not to mention Yunting, there had never been anyone in history who could achieve such an accomplishment. As for the 6 perfected immortals of divine firmament palace, their high evaluation of Su Zimo caused discussions among countless cultivators for the upcoming period of time. To think that even Zhong Feiyu would be scared off. Su Zimo has become famous overnight. It's said that Zhong Feiyu can't unleash his strength in the Azura battlefield. That's why he was forced to retreat. He'll definitely regain his dignity at the divine firmament immortal meet. The divine firmament immortal meet has yet to begin, and the heaven ranking prediction alone is already so tragic. I truly can't imagine what sort of an intense battle will break out for the final heaven ranking. Yunting, Qin Gu, Su Zimo, and Zhong Feiyu. The 4 of them alone will provide a wonderful show. The moment the heaven ranking prediction was released, the entire divine firmament immortal domain was in an uproar. Zixian Immortal Kingdom, Library. Yun Zhu and Yun Ting were also paying attention to the battle for the seal. Unlike the clamor of the outside world, the room in the library was silent. After reading the heaven ranking prediction, Yun Zhu smiled gently and picked up an ancient book at the side to browse through. To her surprise, Yun Ting suddenly turned silent and did not say anything for a long time. Yun Zhu was extremely surprised. Yun Ting was incomparably proud. given her understanding of her younger brother. He should have revealed disdain when he saw the heaven-ranking prediction. How could he be so calm after reading such bold statements? "What's wrong?" Yunju asked gently. "He's very strong." Yun Ting said slowly, "Sister, you're right. If our cultivation realms were the same, I might not be a match for him." The strange look in Yunju's eyes intensified. Up till this point of his younger brother's cultivation, he had been invincible. Coupled with his pride, although he lost once in the emperor's tomb, he had never bowed down. But now Yun Ting would say something like that. It was clear that the power that Su Zimo displayed in the battle for the seal had already made Yun Ting feel immense pressure. A look of relief flashed through Yunju's eyes. At that moment, she had a feeling that Yun Ting had matured and truly grown. This momentary change in mental state might not have increased Yun Ting's combat strength much. However, it would be of great use to his future cultivation. A good opponent could indeed allow Yun Ting to grow faster and have an even stronger motivation to break through himself. Yun Ting bowed and prepared to leave. "Where are you going?" Yunju asked. "There's still 1,000 years left. Although I'm at the grade 9 heaven immortal realm, I can't be negligent." Yun Ting said in a deep voice, "I want to continue advancing and temper my sword Dao. That's the only way I can defeat Su Zimo at the divine firmament immortal meet. Go on." Yunju nodded with a smile. After Yun Ting left, Yunju seemed to be in deep thought. With a smile on her face, she murmured, "Interesting. Zimo, even you might not have expected that you might force out an even stronger opponent due to your ranking on the heaven ranking prediction. Flying immortal sect. Green mountains, clear waters, waterfalls, lush greenery, and cranes soaring. The scenery was like a painting. In the middle of the lake, there was a pavilion where a woman in plain blue palace robe sat. She had her hair tied into a bun, and her skin was fair, beautiful, and flawless. However, she had a cold expression. A fragrance wafted from the side, and an ancient zither was placed in front of the table. The woman in palace robe strummed the strings gently with her fingers, and the sound of the zither lingered. The sound of the zither contained a hint of anger and killing intent. It was hurried and chaotic. The two maidservants guarding behind the woman in palace robes could not withstand it, and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood with pale faces. The two maidservants were also heaven immortals. However, at that moment, they had terrified expressions as they knelt on the ground hurriedly and kowtowed. "Princess, please forgive us." This woman in palace robes was a princess of the great Jin immortal kingdom, one of the 4 great fairies, zither immortal Mang Yao. Mang Yao's fingers paused, and the sound of the zither gradually dissipated. She closed her eyes for a long time before opening them and saying indifferently, "Rise. It's not your fault. I was just a little vexed." "Is it because of Su Zimo?" A maidservant probed. Mang Yao said, "To think that this lad's life is so tough that even Zhongfeiyu was defeated." Right then, a maidservant seemed to have sensed something and took out a messenger talisman. "Princess Heaven Immortal Luoyang of Imperial Wind Temple requests an audience." "Luoyang." Mang Yao frowned slightly. "What is he doing here?" Another maidservant said, "Notwithstanding the fact that Heaven Immortal Luoyang has been removed from the heaven ranking prediction, even if he's still rank 8, he's not qualified to meet our princess." The first maidservant said, "From the information here, he wants to report to you a secret about Su Zimo, princess." "Oh." Mang Yao's expression changed as she pondered for a moment before saying, "Let him come over." Before long, a maidservant brought an old cultivator with white hair to the pavilion. Mang Yao swept her gaze across him. If she had not seen it personally, it would be difficult to imagine that Heaven Immortal Luoyang, who was initially in his prime, what'll end up in such a state. Greetings, Fairy Meng Yao. Heaven, immortal Luo Yang bowed. Speak. Meng Yao said indifferently, I hope that the secret you mentioned can interest me. Otherwise, she did not continue, but her tone was cold. Imperial Wind Temple would not say anything even if she killed this heaven immortal who was now in his twilight years. Heaven immortal Luo Yang shuddered in fear and said uneasily, Back on the Dragon Abyss Star, I had the affinity of meeting you once. I wonder if you remember that, Fairy Meng Yao? Dragon Abyss Star. Meng Yao murmured softly and recalled carefully. Indeed, I've met you before. However, what has this got to do with Su Zimo? Heaven immortal Luo Yang said in a deep voice, Fairy Meng Yao, you must have forgotten. Actually, Su Zimo was also present in the abyss of the Dragon Abyss Star. However, at that time, Su Zimo was only a mere black immortal. Oh! The zither immortal frowned slightly. She could not even remember heaven immortal Luo Yang, let alone a black immortal. Continue. Meng Yao said. Heaven immortal Luo Yang was invigorated. At that time, there were 3 exalted immortals present. You, sword immortal Yu Hua, and perfected immortal Wu Feng. The 3 of you were there to fight for a pure Yang spirit treasure. However, later on, the pure Yang spirit treasure suddenly disappeared while a gigantic divine dragon appeared out of nowhere. At the mention of that, Meng Yao remembered it clearly. At that time, the 3 of them perfected immortals fought against the divine dragon and were defeated. Even she was injured. Chapter 2524 2524 Scheme 2524 Scheme. When heaven immortal Luo Yang saw zither immortal Meng Yao's reminiscent expression, he knew that he had hit the nail on the head. He perked up and continued. At that time, the pure Yang spirit treasure, the God-fiend soul summoning banner, disappeared suddenly. Furthermore, strangely, sword immortal Yu Hua was the first to appear and interrogated who hid the God-fiend soul summoning banner. Later on, an earth immortal stood out and accused a black immortal of hiding the God-fiend soul summoning banner. However, sword immortal Yu Hua could not find any traces of the God-fiend soul summoning banner in the storage bag and consciousness of this black immortal. Therefore, he threw the ladder at the foot of the mountain casually. Pausing for a moment, heaven immortal Luo Yang took a deep breath and said, That black immortal was none other than Su Zimo of Heaven and Earth Academy. Oh! Meng Yao's expression changed as she murmured, A black immortal managed to cultivate to this realm in just a few thousand years. Wasn't that cultivation speed way too terrifying? Not many geniuses of the upper world could reach this level, let alone cultivators who ascended from the lower worlds. All these years, even in the entire heavenly world, there was only a single Yunting. Meng Yao said slowly, if not for a huge opportunity, he would definitely not have reached this stage. That's right. Heaven immortal Luo Yang said in a deep voice, Therefore I suspect that the God-fiend soul summoning banner fell into Su Zimo's hands back then. However, he managed to deceive and hide from sword immortal Yu Hua. What's even stranger is that although sword immortal Yu Hua did not find the God-fiend soul summoning banner in his body back then, he threw the ladder casually at the foot of the mountain, smashed against the stone wall. That power was enough to kill any black immortal. However, that person survived. Meng Yao shook her head gently. Even so, it doesn't mean anything. There's something else I suspect. Heaven immortal Luo Yang said hurriedly, back when the God-fiend soul summoning banner disappeared, the soul of a divine dragon appeared and fought against it. Thereafter, a true divine dragon appeared and fought against you 3 perfected immortal experts. Among the cultivation techniques that Su Zimo specializes in, there's a secret skill that's similar to a dragon roar. Furthermore, from what I know, he even released an essence spirit secret skill of the dragon race in the battle for the seal. Meng Yao's eyes flashed coldly in deep thought. Logically speaking, essence spirit secret skills of the dragon race could not be released without the essence spirit of the dragon race. Heaven Immortal Luoyang said, I'm guessing that there's a high chance that the soul of the divine dragon back then and the divine dragon that appeared later on came because of this lad. There must be a relationship between this lad and the dragon race. A playful look gradually appeared on Meng Yao's face. He's not from the same race as us? Interesting. After pondering for a moment, she took out 2 messenger talismans and left a few words on them with her spirit consciousness, sending them to Imperial Wind Temple and Heaven and Earth Academy. Wait here. Meng Yao said to Heaven Immortal Luoyang, repeat what you just said to them after they arrive. Heaven Immortal Luoyang nodded in agreement. Before long, a figure descended. Riding on a gigantic golden ant, the person sped over with a ferocious aura. Before he arrived, he shouted, What happened? Why are you in such a hurry to see me, Fairy Meng Yao? Could it be that you miss me too much? Ha ha ha. Meng Yao did not reply and moved her finger, causing the sound of a zither to echo. Before the sound of the zither was finished, another sword beam sped over from the other side. It was sharp and extremely fast, surpassing the former in the blink of an eye. Oh! The perfected immortal on the golden ant raised his brow slightly. Fellow Taoist Yu Hua is here too. Wu Feng, how have you been? Sword Immortal Yu Hua paused and looked at the man not far away, replying indifferently. Perfected Immortal Wu Feng patted the golden ant beneath him and asked it to stop by the lake. It descended into the pavilion in the middle of the lake with Sword Immortal Yu Hua. What's the meaning of this? Perfected Immortal Wu Feng smiled and asked, It's only been a few thousand years, and the 3 of us have gathered again. Fairy Meng Yao, you truly couldn't bear to see us leave back then, huh? I called the 2 of you here for an important matter. Meng Yao did not reply to Perfected Immortal Wu Feng. She glanced at Heaven Immortal Luoyang at the side and gestured for him to repeat what happened. Sword Immortal Yu Hua and Perfected Immortal Wu Feng had different expressions after hearing that. A look of realization flashed through Sword Immortal Yu Hua's eyes. That explains everything. I've always felt that this lad looked familiar, as though I had seen him somewhere before. So he's that ant from back then. He didn't die after I threw him at the foot of the mountain back then. In his impression, the black immortal back then was like an ant that he stepped on to death. How could he remember? What do the 2 of you think? Meng Yao said, If the dragon that injured us truly came because of this lad, we can't just let that go, right? There's no evidence for something like this. Perfected Immortal Wu Feng looked at Sword Immortal Yu Hua, who was not far away. Furthermore, Su Zimo is a disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy and fellow Taoist Yu Hua's junior brother. Right now, his reputation is like the sun in the midday skies. We can't bully the weak and attack him, right? You don't have to worry about me for this matter. Sword Immortal Yu Hua said in a deep voice, If that lad is truly related to the dragon race or someone from the dragon race, as the leader of the legacy disciples of the Academy, I can't be biased. Because of Mo Qing, Sword Immortal Yu Hua had long hated Su Zimo to the core and was afraid that he would not be able to find a chance to attack him. Right now, this was a rare opportunity. If Su Zimo were to advance to the Perfected One realm and be accepted as an official legacy disciple by the sect master, it would be almost impossible for him to attack Su Zimo again. I'm quite all right with letting this matter go. Perfected Immortal Wu Feng shrugged his shoulders and suddenly said, He could tell that Sword Immortal Yu Hua was clearly hostile towards Su Zimo. The feud between Zither Immortal Meng Yao and Su Zimo had long spread through the entire divine firmament immortal domain. In reality, there was no deep feud between him and Su Zimo. Furthermore, it was unknown if Su Zimo had anything to do with the matter of the dragon Abyss Star back then. At that moment, the reason why perfected immortal Wu Feng suddenly expressed his stance was not because he did not want to interfere. Instead, he wanted to advance by retreating and obtain greater benefits. Meng Yao and Yu Hua were both smart people. After some thought, they could tell what perfected immortal Wu Feng was thinking. Meng Yao said, "From what I know, that lad has many treasures on him. I only want the pure jade manual." Suddenly, perfected immortal Wu Feng made his huge demand. Meng Yao and sword immortal Yu Hua frowned at the same time. However, in their hearts, the elimination of Su Zimo was the priority. At that thought, the two of them exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "All right." Perfected immortal Wu Feng agreed readily. "How should we attack? Su Zimo is now in Heaven and Earth Academy. We can't possibly go to the Academy and kill him, right?" Meng Yao looked at Sword Immortal Yu Hua as well. Sword Immortal Yu Hua narrowed his eyes slightly. "We have to wait for an opportunity. At the very least, we have to wait for him to leave Heaven and Earth Academy. Divine Firmament Immortal Meet." The three of them thought of something and spoke at almost the same time. Chapter 2525 2525 Fiend Cave 2525 Fiend Cave. After Su Zimo helped Xie Qingqing obtain the Spirit Cloud Seal, he did not linger in the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom. Instead, he bid farewell to Xie Qingqing and returned to Heaven and Earth Academy. Naturally, Xie Qingqing was the biggest winner in the battle for the seal this time round. However, he had benefited as well. If not for the opportunity at the bottom of the malevolent blood lake, it would have taken him at least 1,000 years to cultivate to become a grade 7 Heaven Immortal. Furthermore, he would not have the chance to comprehend the peerless killing secret skill, White Tiger Corpse Collection. After cultivating at the bottom of the malevolent blood lake for a month, the green lotus true body absorbed countless malevolent blood chi, and the malevolent blood in the white tiger bone had already been exhausted. The white tiger bone became a pile of bone scraps thereafter as well. Su Zimo returned to Heaven and Earth Academy, prepared to enter seclusion once more. If there was nothing else, he intended to cultivate until the Divine Firmament Immortal Meet and strive to advance further to become a grade 8 Heaven Immortal. Once he cultivated to become a grade 8 Heaven Immortal, he was confident that he could defeat Yun Ting even without using his Green Lotus bloodline. Su Zimo returned to his cave abode. Just as he was about to enter seclusion, he sensed a commotion from the martial Dao prime body. Fiend Domain. Tianhuang's sect was located at the corner of the Fiend Domain and was remote. However, over the years, Tianhuang's sect grew rapidly under the watch of Thunder Monarch Heavenly Wrath and the 5 Fiend Generals. They conquered and gradually expanded outwards. Although it was not fast, it grew steadily. Furthermore, Thunder Monarch Heavenly Wrath and the 5 Fiend Generals grew increasingly famous in the Fiend Domain as well. Of course, at the mention of Tianhuang's sect, everyone's first thought was of the sect master of Tianhuang's sect, Desolate Marshal. Although Desolate Marshal had not appeared all these years, the battle in the Heartland spread through the entire Fiend Domain, and the battle in the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain shocked the entire heavenly world. Because of that battle, countless cultivators joined Tianhuang's sect, one after another. This day, the Martial Dao Prime Body, who was in seclusion, suddenly had a thought and took out a black, incomplete diagram from his storage bag. The black, incomplete diagram looked extremely ancient and was made of a special material that was as thin as paper. The Martial Dao Prime Body had tried it before. Given his current cultivation, he could not tear the black, incomplete diagram even if he released his full strength. Not long after the Martial Dao Prime Body ascended into the Fiend Domain, he destroyed Scarlet Dark Valley. This was obtained from the Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley. The Valley Master of Scarlet Dark Valley's cultivation realm advanced by leaps and bounds and rose extremely quickly. The origin of it was this black, incomplete diagram. When the martial Tao prime body first obtained the black, incomplete diagram, it depicted a headless figure wielding a weapon that resembled a spear. At that time, he merely took a casual glance and felt his mind and gaze drawn in by the figure in the black, incomplete diagram. Every single trajectory on the incomplete diagram seemed to have turned into countless runes that surged into his mind. Immediately after, a berserk, murderous, and destructive emotion rose in his heart. At the same time, an endless stream of heaven and earth essence chi swarmed into his body, which he absorbed and refined at an unimaginable speed. Strange black patterns appeared on his skin and face in a mysterious manner. The Tao heart of the martial Tao prime body was indestructible and unyielding. That emotion naturally could not affect him. He calmed down quickly. However, the black patterns on his body did not disappear immediately. The power adhered to his body as though it wanted to take root. However, it was refined by his blood chi and vanished after he summoned the martial Tao furnace. After that, the martial Tao prime body did not take another look at the black, incomplete diagram. But now he suddenly felt a commotion from the black, incomplete diagram. When he took out the incomplete diagram and took a look, he could not help but frown. The tall figure on the black, incomplete diagram had already vanished. In its place were curved trajectories that resembled a map. Not only that, there was another power in the black, incomplete diagram that seemed to want to guide him to a certain location. Interesting. The martial Tao prime body murmured softly and stood up. After all these years of seclusion, his true martial Tao body had already been cultivated to greater mastery. Now, after pondering about things, he decided that he might as well take a look since he had the chance. The martial Tao prime body left the place of seclusion, and Heavenly Wolf was sprawled not far away. When he heard the commotion, he opened his eyes and stood up with a tremble. "Are you going out?" Heavenly Wolf was invigorated and excited. Given Desolate Marshall's current reputation in the fiend domain, he felt proud to be able to carry the latter out for a walk. "Stay in Tianhuang's sect," the martial Tao prime body said casually and disappeared in a flash, leaving behind a bitter Heavenly Wolf. The martial Tao prime body informed the Thunder Monarch before leaving Tianhuang's sect. According to the guidance of the black, incomplete diagram, he sped in the direction of the heartland of the fiend domain. About 10 days later, the martial Tao prime body gradually slowed down. All these years, he had heard some rumors along the way. It was said that the major heaven-grade sects and factions of the fiend domain had moved and headed towards the Bei-In mountain of the fiend domain. It was similar to his current trajectory. The reason why Bei-In mountain was the most famous mountain in the fiend domain was because there was a fiend tree growing on it called the Undying Tree. It was said that the Undying Tree was immortal and indestructible, having existed for countless years. When the martial Tao prime body underwent tribulation transcendence, he had interacted with a few heaven-grade factions of the fiend domain. Apart from those sects and factions, there was another sect with an absolute overlord status in the fiend domain that sent a large number of cultivators as well. Firmament Ascension Palace. The name of this faction was enough to tell of its ambitions. It wanted to ride above the 9 firmaments. The reason why Firmament Ascension Palace reigned supreme in the fiend domain and other factions could not contend against it was mainly because Firmament Ascension Palace had once given birth to an emperor. Have you heard? A gigantic fiend cave appeared at the foot of Bei-In mountain. Sinister winds gust from within, and it's almost impossible for perfected fiends to enter with their cultivation realms. What fiend cave? I heard that there's a tomb of a fiend emperor beneath Bei-In mountain. It's said that the first appearance of this fiend emperor's tomb alarmed many sects and factions. I wonder how many opportunities Dermic treasures and secret skills are inside. I heard that even the Prince of Firmament Ascension Palace is mobilized, prepared to head down to check things out. I heard that there seems to be a traitor in Firmament Ascension Palace. While Firmament Ascension Palace was chasing after the traitor, this fiend cave appeared. Along the way, the Martial Dao Prime Body heard many rumors and gradually had an outline of this matter. If he was not wrong, the black incomplete diagram in his hands should be related to the fiend cave that appeared beneath Bay Een Mountain. The closer he was to Bay Een Mountain, the more fiend cultivators there were, and most of them were perfected fiends. Of course, there were also an extremely small number of audacious heaven immortals who wanted to join the crowd and test their luck. However, be it perfected fiends or heaven immortals, when they saw the purple-robed man with a silver mask, they revealed looks of cautiousness and made way. Nobody dared to get close to him. It was difficult to make complete changes in the past due to many conflicting terms. Now that the story has entered a new arc and the old terms are less likely to appear, the emperors of Tianhuang mainland in the past will now be known as monarchs to avoid misunderstandings of power levels in the story as we continue forward. Chapter 25-26, 2526, Gathering of Fiends. 25-26, Gathering of Fiends. The sect master of Tianhuang sect, Desolate Marshal, is here too. Hurry, let's keep our distance from him, lest we offend him. Although many fiend cultivators had never seen the Martial Dao Prime Body before, they quickly recalled the rumors about Desolate Marshal when they saw his purple robes and silver mask. Tianhuang's sect resides in a remote corner, and Desolate Marshal is merely a perfected fiend. Why should we fear him? The entire fiend domain has been alarmed by the appearance of this fiend cave, and countless sects, factions, and supreme experts have arrived. Desolate Marshal is nothing much. What do you know? Another person said with lingering fear. In that battle back then, Desolate Marshal killed Yan Zue and the others, and a million-strong fiend army. In the eyes of many people, he has already replaced Yan Zue and is now the new supreme, perfected fiend. He, a long-faced fiend cultivator at the side, gave a strange laugh. Not necessarily. I heard that the Prince of Firmament Ascension Palace looks down on him. Now that the fiend cave has appeared, the Prince Ling Xian has appeared as well. If the two of them meet, there will definitely be a fight. That's for sure. The prince's title alone is something that nobody else will dare to use. It literally means that he will surpass and execute all other immortals. How domineering and arrogant is that? Another heaven immortal pouted his lips slightly. That's true. Don't forget, Prince Ling Xian is backed by a fiend emperor as well. Unless Desolate Marshal has a death wish, he'll definitely want to avoid Prince Ling Xian. A large number of cultivators were gathered in the vicinity of Bay Een Mountain. They covered the mountains and plains densely. The appearance of the fiend cave had alarmed countless fiend cultivators who wanted to search for opportunities and encounters. After the Martial Dao Prime Body arrived, he surveyed his surroundings. At the foot of Bay Een Mountain, there was a gigantic cave that was pitch black with sinister winds gusting. It was like the gaping mouth of an ancient, ferocious beast that could not be penetrated with eyesight nor spirit consciousness. This was the fiend cave that the fiends were referring to. At the front of the fiend cave, a few major factions occupied a place with fluttering flags and experts under their lead. No other cultivator dared to approach. There were hundreds of thousands of fiend cultivators gathered there. Apart from a group of heaven immortals, there were also hundreds of perfected fiends in front of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators. Their leader was not old, but his gaze was sharp as an eagle and his aura was terrifying. Hundreds of thousands of fiend cultivators surrounded that person like stars surrounding the moon. From his bearing, he should be the disciple of Firmament Ascension Palace, Ling Xian. The appearance of this fiend cave and the fact that Firmament Ascension Palace sent out such a huge force was proof of how strong their foundation was. Behind Firmament Ascension Palace were a few other major factions. Black Fiend Sect, Yellow Springs Villa, God Fiend Ridge, and Wind Fiend Sect that had met the martial Tao Prime Body before were among them. Apart from the 4 Heaven Grade factions, there was also Ghost King Palace, Heavenly Evil Sect, and Soul Devouring Palace. These 3 factions were ranked alongside the former. Although the cultivators brought by those factions were slightly less than Firmament Ascension Palace, there were still more than 100,000 of them, respectively. After the martial Tao Prime Body arrived, many cultivators avoided him and a blank space appeared around him. Although the martial Tao Prime Body was alone, he was ranked alongside the Heaven Grade factions and was not disadvantaged in terms of aura. The perfected fiends of Black Fiend Sect, Yellow Springs Villa, God Fiend Ridge, and Wind Fiend Sect revealed wary expressions when they saw the martial Tao Prime Body. The young master of Heavenly Evil Sect rolled his eyes and suddenly declared, "This is fellow Taoist Desolate Martial, the supreme perfected fiend who has shaken the fiend domain and threatened the 9 firmaments in recent years, right?" The martial Tao Prime Body did not move at all and remained silent without even looking at the person. That statement attracted the attention of Ling Xian. Initially, Ling Xian was standing at the front and did not notice the martial Tao Prime Body. When he heard that, he turned around slowly and glared at the martial Tao Prime Body with an unfriendly expression through the crowd. "Desolate Martial is here too." Ling Xian nodded slowly with a cold glint in his eyes. Good timing, good timing. Over the years, Desolate Martial's reputation in the fiend domain had already surpassed his. In fact, there were many rumors that said that Desolate Martial was the de facto supreme, perfected fiend. That was even more unacceptable for Ling Xian. The fight for the perfected fiend ranking was hosted by Firmament Ascension Palace. Although Yan Zue was dead, the fight for the new perfected fiend ranking had yet to begin. What rights did this person have to be assumed as the top of the perfected fiend ranking with the title of Supreme attached to him? In a flash, Ling Xian was prepared to cause trouble for the martial Tao Prime Body. However, the perfected fiends behind him exchanged glances and advanced one after another to stop Ling Xian. "Prince, please calm down. There's nothing to fear about Desolate Martial. There's no need to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. That's right. Lord Ling Xiao instructed us to prioritize the Fiend Cave and not create unnecessary trouble. That's right. Once we obtain the treasure in the Fiend Cave, Desolate Martial will be like fish on a chopping board waiting to be slaughtered by us." In reality, the perfected fiends were still wary of the martial Tao Prime Body. However, they could not express weakness verbally. Ling Xian nodded slightly and retracted his killing intent. Pausing for a moment, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something. Gritting his teeth, he asked hatefully, "Are you guys sure that the slut fled within?" Someone witnessed it personally. A perfected fiend said firmly, however, that slut is only a grade 5 heaven immortal. She definitely won't be able to withstand the sinister winds of the Fiend Cave. She must have died inside a long time ago, and her essence spirit was destroyed without a corpse left. When he heard that, Ling Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of sadness. From his tone earlier on, he clearly hated this slut to the core. However, at that moment, his heart ached when he heard that the slut was dead. "Not necessarily," another perfected fiend consoled. "Your Highness, don't forget that that woman has an apocalyptic fiend diagram in her hands as well. This Fiend Cave created this diagram, and with this diagram on her, she might be able to neutralize the sinister winds within." Sinister winds gusted at the entrance of the Fiend Cave. Many factions did not act rashly, waiting for the sinister winds to weaken or even dissipate. Otherwise, even the perfected fiends present could not withstand such strong sinister winds. Strange. Why don't I see any Fiend King experts? Logically speaking, the first time a fiend cave as such appears, there should be countless opportunities and treasures inside. Even fiend kings should be tempted. There were at least millions of cultivators in the vicinity of Bayin Mountain, and that number was still increasing rapidly. However, there were indeed no fiend king experts among the many fiend cultivators. A fiend cultivator said in a deep voice, "Although the strongest cultivators in the vicinity are only perfected fiends, there are definitely many Fiend King experts watching in secret. It's just that they haven't appeared yet." That's right. This is the first time that the Fiend Cave has appeared. Although no one has touched the opportunities and treasures inside, there are countless potential dangers. These Fiend Kings are smart and want us to test the waters. If a shocking treasure truly appears, they'll definitely appear and fight for it. Just as everyone was discussing, the martial Tao Prime body suddenly moved and strode towards the entrance of the Fiend Cave. Chapter 25-27. 25-27 defeating the prince with a single punch. 25-27 defeating the prince with a single punch. That action caused a commotion. This was the first time the Fiend Cave had opened and sinister winds howled. Nobody knew what was inside and no one dared to act rashly. But now the martial Tao Prime body actually dared to barge into Fiend Cave alone against the terrifying sinister winds. Danger and opportunity coexisted. Although the first to enter might face unimaginable danger, they might also be the first to obtain an opportunity. The martial Tao Prime body was skilled and bold. With his true martial Tao body, he did not have to fear the bone-piercing, sinister winds. Furthermore, he had just heard the conversation between Ling Xian and the others. If he was not wrong, the black incomplete diagram in his hands should be the Apocalypse Fiend diagram mentioned by Firmament Ascension Palace's perfected fiend. If the sinister winds were so strong that even he could not defend against them, he could attempt to summon the black, incomplete diagram. Furthermore, he had another way out, Avicii. He had the health suppression tripod with him and could shatter space at any moment to teleport back to Avicii. In a flash, the martial Tao Prime body passed by the crowd of a few major factions and the dozens of Firmament Ascension Palace cultivators, heading towards the Fiend Cave. The reaction of the martial Tao Prime body caused the killing intent in Ling Xian's heart that had just calmed down to burst forth. "You have a death wish." Ling Xian's expression was cold as he channeled his blood qi. Wielding a cold sword in his hands, he stabbed towards the back of the head of the martial Tao Prime body. Before Ling Xian's figure arrived, the sharpness of his sword qi had already descended. Sensing something, the martial Tao Prime body spun around, and his gaze shone brightly beneath his silver mask. The sharpness of the sword qi that burst forth managed to shatter his gaze and dissipate it. Ling Xian's reaction was extremely fast. Just as the sword was about to pierce the cheek of the martial Tao Prime body, his wrist suddenly trembled gently. Buzz! Instantly, thousands of sword lights appeared in the vision of the martial Tao Prime body and enveloped him like a dense sword net. Among the endless sword lights, there was only one that contained true killing intent. This was indeed a brilliant move. Ling Xian suddenly changed tactics while they were so close to one another. Almost nobody would be able to find a fatal sword strike in HT midst of the sword qi. A look of mockery flashed through Ling Xian's eyes. Against that sword strike, Desolate Marshal could only retreat and avoid it. However, once Desolate Marshal retreats, he would unleash his sword stance completely, and it would be endless until he killed Desolate Marshal. Suddenly, the martial Tao Prime body extended his hand and reached into the boundless sword lights. In a flash, he grabbed the blade of the sword. Instantly, all the sword lights vanished. Ling Xian's move was dispelled. "Your hand is gone." Ling Xian was in no hurry and sneered. Suddenly, he exerted strength in his palm, wanting to turn the sword and shatter the palm of the martial Tao prime body. However, he suddenly realized that his sword did not budge at all in the palm of the martial Tao prime body. It was as though he had already lost control of the sword. How is this possible? Ling Xian's eyes were filled with disbelief. This sword was a spirit treasure crafted personally by his father for him. Furthermore, it was a grade 9 pure yang spirit treasure. How could it fail to crush this person's body? Before he could react, he felt a shocking force coming from his palm. It was mixed with a vibration and distortion power that intertwined. He could not hold on to the sword in his hands at all and felt a sharp pain in his palm. Instinctively, he let go and the sword flew out of his hands. Right in front of Ling Xian, his pure yang spirit treasure was snatched away by the bare hands of the martial Tao prime body. This is bad. Ling Xian's heart sank. He did not have time to think and circulated his movement technique, hurriedly retreating. As for the martial Tao prime body, he threw in reverse after snatching the sword. Swoosh! A sword beam flashed past like lightning that tore through the night. It was way too fast. Instantly, Ling Xian channeled his blood qi to its limits, and the sound of a tsunami could be heard from his body, circulating a secret skill of Firmament Ascension Palace. He floated in midair like a willow catkin and avoided that attack by a hair's breadth. The sword almost brushed past his cheek. The blade of the sword left a deep wound on his face with a layer of blood seeping out. However, he had yet to come into contact with the actual danger. The martial Tao prime body snatched the sword with his left hand and threw it casually while he punched towards Ling Xian's face with his right hand. Scram! The martial Tao prime body merely spat out a single word, coldly. That punch exploded like a volcano and surged like raging tides, crashing onto shore with an unstoppable might. That punch was not a secret skill, nor was it flashy. However, up till this point of his cultivation, Ling Xian had fought countless battles, but he had never felt such a terrifying punch. The fist before him expanded continuously and was even more ferocious than any divine power, secret skill, or divine weapon. What was even more frightening was that this fist seemed to have drained all the heaven and earth essence qi in the surroundings, sealing his escape path completely. The entire space was spiraling towards this fist. Even with his position, he was drawn towards the fist uncontrollably. He had nowhere to retreat and did not even have the chance to escape. Bloodline phenomenon. Ling Xian was the prince after all. With the personal importation of the Fiend Emperor, he tried his best to calm down in this moment of danger. He crossed his arms in front of him and released his bloodline phenomenon at the same time. Bang! That punch collided heavily against his arms. Ling Xian shuddered, and there seemed to be a momentary pause in the entire space, as though time had stopped. Immediately after, with a boom, his bloodline phenomenon was shattered by a single punch from the martial Tao prime body the moment it was formed. Like an arrow, Ling Xian was sent flying back into the crowd. Ling Xian coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and his arms trembled. The bones in his arms were shattered by a single punch from the martial Tao prime body. Two perfected fiends hurried forward, wanting to support Ling Xian. However, when Ling Xian crashed into their embrace, the two perfected fiends shuddered and spat out a mouthful of blood with horrified expressions as they were sent flying. Ling Xian bumped into a few people before coming to a stop. His spirit consciousness moved, and he hurriedly took out a large number of elixir pills from his storage bag and stuffed them into his mouth. He looked at the figure at the entrance of the fiend cave in shock and anger, and his heart pounded. He felt a lingering fear. If he had not reacted in time, that sword and punch earlier on would have killed him. Thankfully, he released his bloodline phenomenon. Otherwise, he would have been ruptured by a single punch from Desolate Marshal, and his essence spirit would not have had the chance to escape. This person was way too terrifying. A hint of fear flashed through the depths of Ling Xian's eyes. Pissed. It was only then that gasps could be heard and the cultivators were shocked. The martial Dao Prime Body turned around, counterattacked, snatched the sword, threw the sword, and punched in one go. The fight between the two of them was way too fast. For many Heaven Immortals, they did not even see the process clearly and did not know what happened. In the eyes of many fiend cultivators, Ling Xian had just charged forward with his sword. The moment the martial Dao Prime Body turned around and shouted, Ling Xian was sent flying back and was severely injured. Chapter 25-28 25-28 Sweep 2528 Sweep. The martial Dao Prime Body looked at Ling Xian, who had retreated into the crowd and did not continue chasing. There were too many cultivators gathered around Ling Xian, and it would take some effort to kill him. Furthermore, the moment he injured Ling Xian, a few terrifying auras locked onto him. If he was not wrong, those terrifying auras were Grotto Heaven Realm experts. This was the Prince of Firmament Ascension Palace, after all. It was not surprising if a few fiend kings stood out to protect him after such a huge matter. The martial Dao Prime Body could not be bothered with this person. As his blood chi surged, he dispersed the few auras on his body and turned to enter the fiend cave. Ling Xian consumed many elixir pills. Coupled with his strong blood chi and regeneration capabilities, his face was much more rosy by now and his injuries were healing rapidly. Desolate Marshal. Ling Xian looked at the back view of the martial Dao Prime Body and spat out two words with even more killing intent. It did not matter even if he could not defeat Desolate Marshal. As long as the Fiend Kings of Firmament Ascension Palace killed Desolate Marshal, he would still be the supreme, perfected fiend. Your Highness, what should we do now? A perfected fiend at the side asked. Ling Xian waved his hand and gestured to the perfected fiends behind him. The few of you go in and take a look. Remember, you must keep an eye on Desolate Marshal and not let him escape from your line of sight. Behind Ling Xian, 20 perfected fiends were selected. The 20 perfected fiends knew what was going on. The prince before them clearly had reservations and did not dare to venture deep into the fiend cave. That was why he wanted them to check things out first. However, the hierarchy of Firmament Ascension Palace was strict, and they did not dare to disobey. Hold on. Pondering for a moment, Ling Xian looked at the two people beside him. Duanming, Songshi, the two of you should head in as well, just in case. Understood. Duanming and Songshi replied in deep voices. Both of them were experts of the half-step Grotto Heaven realm. Ling Xian did not feel confident if there were only perfected fiend experts. It was naturally much safer with 2 half-step Grotto Heaven experts. Furthermore, they were only the vanguard. Fiend Kings of Firmament Ascension Palace were also observing the activity of the Fiend Cave nearby. If anything happened, those Fiend Kings would appear immediately. Moreover, Firmament Ascension Palace was not the only one. The other 7 major sects and factions had Fiend Kings lurking nearby as well, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The young master of Black Fiend's sect seemed to be listening carefully. A moment later, he chose more than 10 perfected fiends and headed towards the Fiend Cave. Yellow Springs Villa, God Fiend Ridge, Wind Fiend Sect, Ghost King Palace, and Soul Devouring Palace refused to fall behind and charged towards the Fiend Cave with their young masters in the lead as well. Interesting. The young master of Heavenly Evil Sect chuckled. Seems like Heavenly Evil Sect can't fall behind either. Let's go. Due to the intrusion of the martial Dao Prime Body into the Fiend Cave, the calmness of the scene was broken instantly. Led by Firmament Ascension Palace, the 7 heaven-grade fiend sects and factions could not hold it in any longer and sent people into the fiend cave. This was the first time that the fiend cave had appeared, and the treasures within had never seen the light of day. They had been sealed for many years and were definitely relatively intact. This meant that whoever could get their hands on them first would be able to obtain even more benefits. Of course, the first batch of people to enter the fiend cave would also have to face unpredictable danger. Unlike the other cultivators, the young masters of the 7 heaven-grade fiend sects had something to rely on and were not bothered by the sinister winds at the entrance of the fiend cave. After the 7 young masters entered the fiend cave, they secretly took out a black, incomplete diagram from their storage bags in the darkness and held it in their palms. Others might not know the origin of this fiend cave, but the 7 of them each had a black, incomplete diagram in their hands. Naturally, they knew that beneath this fiend cave was definitely a tomb of the fiend emperor. The reason why they came this time round was also because they could sense the guidance of the black, incomplete diagram. Initially, not many people would know about this. However, it was said that a traitor appeared in Firmament Ascension Palace and stole the black, incomplete diagram from the hands of Prince Ling Xian before escaping here to barge into the fiend cave. That was why this matter was exposed. The sinister wind at the entrance of the fiend cave was the most ferocious. As the martial Tao prime body ventured deeper, the sinister wind gradually weakened until it vanished completely. The fiend cave resembled a gigantic inverted tomb. The martial Tao prime body followed the connection of the black, incomplete diagram and headed down diagonally. Although the range of his visual and spirit consciousness detection was limited, he was not worried with the help of his spirit perception. After walking for a long time, a faint light appeared below. It was as though he had already arrived at the bottom of the fiend cave. The entire journey was extremely quiet, and he did not encounter any danger or traps. That was a little strange. The martial Tao prime body was puzzled. Logically speaking, if it was truly an emperor's tomb, given the other party status, they would definitely not want their tomb to be discovered and trampled by others in the future. Therefore, there would be all sorts of dangers and traps in the tombs and cave abodes of many experts. Throughout history, most emperors' tombs were extremely dangerous places. Apart from the sinister wind at the entrance of the fiend cave that was a little dangerous, there was nothing unusual about this fiend cave. Faint footsteps sounded from behind, mixed with the chatter of countless cultivators. It was intertwined and chaotic. If he was not wrong, many fiend cultivators outside should have followed him in. When the martial Tao prime body descended, his vision cleared up and light returned. Before them was a gigantic palace with all sorts of luxurious decorations. The 4 walls were embedded with night luminance, beads the size of longans. On the 4 walls of the palace, there were rows of shelves that should have contained many treasures. Some of them were clearly meant for displaying divine weapons. Some of them seemed like they were meant for cultivation techniques and secret manuals. However, the shelves were empty right now. It was as though everything had been completely swept away by others. If I'm not wrong, all the treasures in this palace must have been looted by the traitor of Firmament Ascension Palace. The martial Tao prime body recalled the conversation between the few cultivators in Firmament Ascension Palace and made a rough guess. The palace was extremely huge. Apart from the entrance he came from, there was another exit on the left of the palace that led to an unknown place. Right then, Firmament Ascension Palace and the other cultivators entered as well. The martial Tao prime body did not linger and followed the guidance of the black, incomplete diagram towards the exit on the left of the palace. Initially, there were immortal pills here. Duanming took a deep breath in front of a row of shelves and said in a deep voice, "The medicinal fragrance of the immortal pills here has yet to dissipate. It's clear that someone has just taken away all the immortal pills. Isn't that obvious? It must be desolate, Marshal." Song sure said coldly. The young master of heavenly evil sect harumphed coldly. Isn't Desolate Marshal Way too ruthless? He took away everything without even leaving a single piece of scrap for us. If this is the tomb of a fiend emperor, those were definitely not the only treasures. Duan Ming said in a deep voice, "This place can only be considered as the entrance to the tomb. The true treasures are definitely still behind. Seems like there's no danger in this fiend emperor's tomb. We were way too cautious. Let's hurry and follow him. Don't let him take away all the treasures again." Someone shouted, and everyone chased after him hurriedly. Chapter 25-29. 25-29, number 1 beneath Grotto Heaven. 25-29, number 1 beneath Grotto Heaven. Everyone quickened their steps and even used movement techniques, turning into streaks of light that sped forward, afraid that the martial Tao Prime body would steal the treasures again. Before long, everyone caught sight of a second palace. The palace was even wider and grander than the previous palace. The shelves were still empty except for a purple-robed cultivator with a silver mask who stood alone in the middle of the hall. The expressions of many cultivators darkened completely, and many of them looked at the martial Tao Prime body with strong hostility. There were so many treasures in the tomb that even if everyone might get a share, even if they charged forth together. But now, so many treasures were taken by a single person. How could all the cultivators present accept that? Although everyone was wary of Desolate Marshal's notorious reputation, the perfected fiends present were not weak either. Furthermore, there were a few half-step Grotto Heaven experts present. Even if Desolate Marshal was the supreme perfected fiend, he had no chance of winning against half-step Grotto Heaven experts. When they saw that Desolate Marshal was about to leave first, many cultivators swarmed forward and surrounded the martial Tao Prime body in the blink of an eye. The group of perfected fiends, led by Duan Ming and Song Shi of Firmament Ascension Palace, and the young masters of the 7 heaven-grade fiend sects, glared at the martial Tao Prime body with unfriendly expressions. The martial Tao Prime body looked at the group of people expressionlessly without saying anything. His gaze was as though he was looking at a group of ants. "Desolate Marshal, don't go overboard." Duan Ming said in a deep voice, "Everyone who sees the treasures in this tomb should get a share. Don't even think about taking everything for yourself. Desolate Marshal, we're not willing to be enemies with you." After a brief pause, the young master of Black Fiend sect changed the topic and said coldly, "However, you'll have to ask us first if you want to keep the treasures here for yourself." "That's right." The young master of Heavenly Evil sect sneered. "Desolate Marshal, spit out all the treasures you took away earlier on and redistribute them." The young masters of the heaven-grade fiend sects expressed their stance. In their opinion, even if Desolate Marshal was strong, he could not defend against so many perfected 1 and half-step Grotto Heaven experts. Furthermore, all of them were backed by the sect masters of the various fiend sections. Those were top-tier Fiend King experts who were camping right outside the Fiend Cave, ready to charge in at any moment. The martial Tao Prime body understood. The group of cultivators thought that he had taken all the treasures in the 2 palace halls for himself. The martial Tao Prime body did not explain, nor did he bother to. He merely surveyed his surroundings and asked slowly with a cold and intimidating gaze, "Who gave you the guts to provoke me, ha?" Before his sentence was finished, the martial Tao Prime body suddenly attacked and grabbed the young master of Black Fiend sect in front of him at lightning speed. The martial Tao Prime body opened his heavenly encompassing palm, and his fingers were like 5 heavenly piercing stone pillars, imprisoning the young master of Black Fiend sect before closing. The 5 heavenly piercing stone pillars squeezed the body of the young master of Black Fiend sect, and a blood mist spewed everywhere. Ah! In a tragic cry, the young master of Black Fiend sect, was crushed by a single palm strike from the martial Tao prime body, and his essence spirit was destroyed, dying on the spot. At the same time, a black incomplete diagram floated down. The martial Tao prime body put away the black incomplete diagram conveniently. The black incomplete diagram in the hands of the young master of Black Fiend sect was made of the same material as the one in his storage bag and definitely had some connection. Furthermore, he had just noticed that the young master of Black Fiend sect was not the only one with a black incomplete diagram in his hands. The other 6 young masters of the Fiend sects did too. Since you guys said that I wanted to take all the treasures for myself, I'll show you guys the true meaning of that right now. The martial Tao prime body attacked fiercely and crushed the young master of Black Fiend sect with a single palm strike. After snatching the black, incomplete diagram, he grabbed the young master of Yellow Springs Villa at the side. Duan Ming was enraged and hollered, "Desolate Marshal, how dare you! Kill him!" Many cultivators shouted as well and attacked. Duan Ming and Song Shi channeled their blood qi and charged towards the martial Tao prime body in a triangular manner. Huff! Huff! The martial Tao prime body threw out 2 punches in succession. Every single punch was filled with immense strength and was unstoppable. Before the 2 punches descended, Duan Ming and Song Shi felt a scorching, suffocating sensation and could not breathe. Their bloodlines seemed like they were about to evaporate. The 2 of them finally experienced the pressure of Prince Ling Xian facing that punch. The 2 of them did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly condensed their grotto heavens. Although half-step grotto heaven experts failed in their breakthroughs to the grotto heaven realm, they could condense grotto heaven phantoms and make use of a wisp of grotto heaven power. Even that single wisp was sufficient to suppress all perfected immortals and perfected fiends. However, the grotto heaven phantoms of Duan Ming and Song Shi dissipated the moment they appeared. Bang! Bang! The 2 of them received the 2 punches of the martial Tao prime body almost with their physiques only. Both of their eyes widened and their gazes dimmed. They froze in midair for a moment before their bodies exploded into blood mists. Both their essence spirits were killed by a single punch from the martial Tao prime body. The martial Tao prime body did not know why their grotto heaven phantoms suddenly failed. However, even if the 2 of them could completely condense their grotto heaven phantoms, they would not be able to defend against his greater mastery of the true martial Tao body. Back when the true martial Tao body was at lesser mastery, the martial Tao prime body fought against Yanzu A and the others and used up all his trump cards. He had to rely on the hell suppression tripod to suppress a half-step grotto heaven. But now that he had attained greater mastery of the true martial Tao body, he could sweep through all half-step grotto heavens bare-handed. He was the number 1 beneath the grotto heaven realm. However, if he was up against a true grotto heaven realm expert, the martial Tao prime body did not know if he could take such an opponent head-on without the use of the hell suppression tripod. After all, the true martial realm only corresponded to the perfected 1 realm of the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend Taoists, and had yet to reach a higher level of power. As for the grotto heaven realm, the comprehension and power one controlled after condensing the grotto heaven realm had completely surpassed the perfected 1 realm and was at another level. That was a difference that was impossible to make up for, akin to heaven and earth. Of course, the martial Tao prime body was a variable after all. He smelted all dharmic arts, absorbed 100 sutras, established the martial Tao, and passed through the 10th tribulation. He was the first in history. If he could cultivate the true martial Tao body to a perfected state, he would have sufficient confidence to break through the barrier between the 2 major cultivation realms and suppress ordinary immortal kings of the grotto heaven realm. On the battlefield, 2 half-step grotto heaven experts were killed by 2 punches from the martial Tao prime body, causing the expressions of many perfected fiends to change. The fiends finally snapped out of their greed and realized what sort of a terrifying existence the person they had provoked was. If even a half-step Grotto Heaven expert could not withstand a single punch from him, who else could? Everyone's lives depended on a single thought from desolate Marshall. Whoosh! There were more than 100 perfected fiend experts from the 7 heaven-grade fiend sects and Firmament Ascension Palace. Instantly, they dispersed and fled in all directions, trying to escape. The Marshall Tao Prime body had long locked onto the few young masters of the fiend sects. Swoosh! The young master of Yellow Springs Villa did not manage to escape far before the Marshall Tao Prime body caught up to him and killed him with a single punch, snatching the black, incomplete diagram. The figure of the Marshall Tao Prime body did not stop at all. In the blink of an eye, he arrived behind the young master of Godfiend Ridge and punched without saying anything. Bang! The punch struck his back. The young master of Godfiend Ridge was shattered by the Marshall Tao Prime body, and the latter obtained the black, incomplete diagram. The figure of the Marshall Tao Prime body flashed carelessly on the battlefield. Each time he attacked, there would definitely be blood, and the young masters of the fiend sects were scared out of their wits. Chapter 2530. 2530 Fiend Kings Alarmed. 2530 Fiend Kings Alarmed. Finally, the young master of a fiend sect reacted and threw the black, incomplete diagram on the ground before turning to flee. The Marshall Tao Prime body glanced at that person and picked up the black, incomplete diagram without chasing after him. When the young master of Heavenly Evil sect saw that, he shuddered and did the same. He threw down the black, incomplete diagram and turned to flee, hoping to survive with this move. Unfortunately, the Marshall Tao Prime body did not give him a chance and chased after him in a few steps, killing him with a single punch. Earlier on, this person caused trouble outside the Fiend Cave, wanting to make use of Firmament Ascension Palace to deal with the Marshall Tao Prime body. At that time, the Marshall Tao Prime body ignored him. Now that this person provoked him again, he could only send the latter to the afterlife. In the blink of an eye, 4 of the 7 fiend sect young masters died. 3 of them abandoned the black, incomplete diagram and escaped from the battlefield successfully. The remaining perfected fiends fled as well. The group of cultivators that followed behind did not know what was going on inside. When they saw the perfected fiend experts of Firmament Ascension Palace and Black Fiend sect scared out of their wits and fleeing, they panicked and retreated one after another. A strange scene appeared in the Fiend Cave. Most of the cultivators did not know what happened and fled hurriedly behind when they saw the chaos ahead. Hurry and escape. Half-step Grotto Heaven experts died beneath. What happened? Who killed them? I'm not sure. It seems like a terrifying creature has appeared. This is bad. A terrifying creature was born deep underground and is on a massacre. In the chaos, the information became more ridiculous. Later on, when many cultivators escaped from the Fiend Cave, there were all sorts of sayings. 1,000,000 terrifying living beings have awakened underground and are eating flesh. This is bad. I heard that a fiend emperor awakened and broke through his coffin to start a massacre. The millions of fiend cultivators who stood guard outside the entrance of the Fiend Cave were startled when they saw many fiend cultivators fleeing in panic while shouting wildly. Your Highness, let's retreat first. A few perfected fiends protected Prince Ling, Xian, and retreated. The moment Firmament Ascension Palace moved, Black Fiend sect and the other 6 major fiend sects retreated as well. No other sects and factions dared to linger when they saw that, and everyone followed suit. Don't panic. The void tore in midair, and more than 20 figures appeared. They descended with tremendous might and looked down at the world. More than 20 Grotto Heaven realm fiend kings. What nonsense are you talking about? Fiend King Hidden Space of Firmament Ascension Palace had a cold gaze as he surveyed his surroundings and harumphed coldly. The fiend emperor buried beneath has died tens of millions of years ago. Even a great emperor won't be able to live for so long. Fiend King Hidden Space was a supreme fiend king of Firmament Ascension Palace. This time round, there were 7 fiend kings from Firmament Ascension Palace alone. Among them, there were even 2 supreme fiend kings. The other 7 heaven-grade fiend sects had 2 or 3 fiend kings each. Among them, for supreme fiend kings who once fought against Desolate Marshal, the sect master of Black Fiend Sect, Fiend Celestial Black Heaven, the Villa Master of Yellow Springs Villa, and the Territorial Lord of Godfiend Ridge, were present as well. The temperament, judgment, knowledge, and experience of the Fiend Kings naturally far surpassed the Fiends present. This tomb of the Fiend Emperor had been sealed for tens of millions of years. If there were otherworldly soldiers and ghosts, it would be normal. However, there could not be any living beings. Before long, the perfected fiends and 3 young masters of Firmament Ascension Palace and the 7 major fiend sects escaped at the back. When Fiend Celestial Black Heaven, the sect master of Heavenly Evil Sect, and the others did not see their young masters, they gradually sensed that something was amiss, and their expressions darkened. "What's going on?" Prince Ling Xian hurried forward and asked what happened inside. A perfected fiend of Firmament Ascension Palace said with lingering fear, panting, "Desolate Marshal was the first to rush in, and he beat us to all the treasures. That person alone took away all the treasures of 2 halls in succession." Duan Ming, Song Shi, and a few other young masters of the fiend sects could not take it lying down and went forward to reason with him. Unexpectedly, he suddenly went on a killing spree. Fellow Taoists Duan Ming and Song Shi were killed by him in 2 punches. 2 punches! Prince Ling Xian narrowed his eyes and his pupils constricted. Fiend Celestial Black Heaven, the Villa Master of Yellow Springs Villa, and the few other supreme fiend kings exchanged glances as the same thought crossed their minds. Desolate Marshal was much stronger than before. The perfected fiend glanced at Fiend Celestial Black Heaven and the others before continuing. The young masters of Black Fiend Sect, Yellow Springs Villa, Godfiend Ridge, and Heavenly Evil Sect were all killed by Desolate Marshal. Desolate Marshal. The gazes of Fiend Celestial Black Heaven and the other fiend kings were cold. Indeed, they were wary of Emperor Bo Sun. But now there were countless treasures buried beneath the fiend cave. Who wouldn't be tempted? Furthermore, if Desolate Marshal could truly die in the hands of this fiend cave, even Emperor Bo Sun might not know who did it. The tomb of the Fiend Emperor blocked all detection, and they could not probe even with their spirit consciousnesses. Are there any other dangers down there? Firmament Ascension Palace's Fiend King Hidden Space asked in a deep voice. No, the journey was smooth, and there were no traps, ambushes, or puppets. That's the reason why Desolate Marshal beat us to it time and again to snatch the treasures without any reservations. The perfected fiend replied hurriedly. Desolate Marshal is arrogant and conceited. He has gone overboard with his bullying. When Prince Ling Xian heard that Duan Ming and Song Shi, the 2 half-step Grotto Heavens, were dead, his killing intent towards the Marshal Dao Prime body intensified as he said slowly, "Since there's no danger in the fiend cave below, there's no need for you fiend kings to hold back. Follow me into the tomb and hunt down Desolate Marshal." "All right." Fiend King Hidden Space and the others agreed without hesitation. Apart from protecting Prince Ling Xian, they had another motive for coming here. They wanted to look for some opportunities in the tomb of the Fiend Emperor. If they could break through and condense perfected Grotto Heavens, they would be a step closer to the Emperor realm. Prince Ling Xian looked at the Fiend Cave with a dark gaze and grit his teeth. "Desolate Marshal, I'm going to let you know who calls the shots in the Fiend domain today." Ling Xian waved his hand, and hidden space and the other fiend kings of Firmament Ascension Palace surrounded him before entering the fiend cave at the same time. Fiend Celestial Black Heaven, the Villa Master of Yellow Springs, the Territorial Lord of God Fiend Ridge, the Sect Master of Wind Fiend Sect, and the other fiend kings did not hesitate and charged into the fiend cave right after. After a while, some of the fiends that were lingering outside the fiend cave finally could not hold it in any longer and charged in as well. Thereafter, the fiends swarmed forward once more. In the depths of the fiend cave, the martial Tao Prime Body collected the 7 black, incomplete diagrams and picked up the many storage bags on the ground. He took a casual look and put them away. None of the treasures in those storage bags were worthy of his attention. He was prepared to return to Tianhuang's sect and place the treasures there. His gaze landed on the 7 black, incomplete diagrams. Among the many treasures, the only things that interested him were the 7 black, incomplete diagrams. Strange enough, when he gathered the 7 black, incomplete diagrams, they stuck together on their own without any misalignment. Chapter 2531 2531 Reunion 2531 Reunion. Of course, after the 7 black, incomplete diagrams were connected, the diagrams still looked incomplete. The martial Tao Prime Body's heart skipped a beat as he took out the black, incomplete diagram in his storage bag. Without his control, the black, incomplete diagram seemed to have a mind of its own and left his hands, connecting to the 7 black, incomplete diagrams. The incomplete diagram looked almost complete, as though it was missing a corner. There were blood-colored marks drawn on the incomplete diagram. The martial Tao Prime Body took a closer look. It looked like a map of the gigantic tomb beneath the fiend cave. Furthermore, the map seemed to be pointing to a location in the underground tomb, guiding him there intentionally. He was in no hurry. Instead, he walked around the fiend cave and passed by a few more palaces. Indeed, the many treasures placed in the palaces were swept away. This trader of Firmament Ascension Palace sure has a huge appetite. The martial Tao Prime Body thought to himself. Before long, the ears of the martial Tao Prime Body twitched. He could sense a terrifying and powerful aura behind him, as though many experts were rushing in his direction. If he was not wrong, it should be the return of the group of people from Firmament Ascension Palace. However, the fact that they dared to return this time round meant that they were definitely accompanied by fiend kings of the Grotto Heaven realm. The martial Tao Prime Body frowned slightly. Given his current combat strength, it would be difficult for him to gain any advantage against a fiend king, even if it was only one who had condensed a minor Grotto Heaven. The martial Tao Prime Body matched the map and moved, prepared to avoid the group of them as he headed to the left. Suddenly, he heard the pleasant laughter of a young girl. It seemed to have a bewitching magic that made one's heart skip a beat, and they could not help but immerse themselves in it. The Tao heart of the martial Tao Prime Body was firm as a rock and unshakable. Under normal circumstances, such a bewitchment technique could not affect him at all. However, he was still shocked when he heard that laughter. "Bitch, it's you." Ling Xian's voice sounded with endless rage. "Young master, I know my mistake now. Can you not be so fierce?" The girl's voice sounded, filled with grievance. Many cultivators at the back could not see the girl. However, it was as though a pitiful girl was appearing before them, crying and begging. Instantly, a sense of pity rose in the hearts of the fiends. In fact, they even wanted to stand out and protect the girl at all costs. "Why, you really know your mistake now." Ling Xian's tone softened as well, but he was still wary. "Your Highness, you must not be bewitched by this demoness. Wake up, wake up." Fiend King Hidden Space placed his finger on Ling Xian's forehead and hollered softly. His voice contained the divine might of the Buddhist monasteries, and it was like a hammer striking his head. Ling Xian shuddered, and his eyes regained their clarity. Fiend King Hidden Space said, "Your Highness, be careful. The fiend technique of this demoness is inherited from an ancient great emperor and can bewitch one's heart. You must protect your Dao heart and not be bewitched by her again." Ling Xian nodded hurriedly. His apocalyptic fiend diagram was taken away by this woman in a daze. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. The girl chuckled and said mockingly, "Ling Xian, you're truly stupid. You want to be my Dao companion with your puny capabilities? I think you're too stupid to even be worthy of carrying my shoes." "Little bitch." Ling Xian cursed. "Once I capture you, I'll definitely torture you day and night. I'll let you witness my capabilities." "Tui, someone like you?" The girl was extremely disdainful and spat softly. "Look at your wobbly footsteps and weak demeanor. It's clear that you've definitely got no substance beneath." For some unknown reason, Ling Xian did not feel angered at all after being scolded like that. Instead, an evil fire burned in his heart, and he felt his bloodline expand and his mouth go dry. In his heart, desolate marshal, treasures in the fiend cave and all opportunities and encounters no longer seemed to matter. Right now, he only wanted to capture this demoness. That statement attracted the attention of Ling Xian. Initially, Ling Xian was standing at the front and did not notice the martial Dao Prime body. When he heard that, he turned around slowly and glared at the martial Dao Prime body with an unfriendly expression through the crowd. "Desolate Marshal is here too." Ling Xian nodded slowly with a cold glint in his eyes. "Good timing, good timing." Over the years, Desolate Marshal's reputation in the fiend domain had already surpassed his. In fact, there were many rumors that said that Desolate Marshal was the de facto supreme, perfected fiend. That was even more unacceptable for Ling Xian. The fight for the perfected fiend ranking was hosted by Firmament Ascension Palace. Although Yan Zue was dead, the fight for the new perfected fiend ranking had yet to begin. What rights did this person have to be assumed as the top of the perfected fiend ranking with the title of Supreme attached to him? In a flash, Ling Xian was prepared to cause trouble for the martial Dao Prime body. However, the perfected fiends behind him exchanged glances and advanced one after another to stop Ling Xian. "Prince, please calm down. There's nothing to fear about Desolate Marshal. There's no need to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut." "That's right. Lord Ling Xiao instructed us to prioritize the fiend cave and not create unnecessary trouble." "That's right. Once we obtain the treasure in the fiend cave, Desolate Marshal will be like fish on a chopping board waiting to be slaughtered by us." In reality, the perfected fiends were still wary of the martial Dao Prime body. However, they could not express weakness verbally. Ling Xian nodded slightly and retracted his killing intent. Pausing for a moment, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something. Gritting his teeth, he asked hatefully, "Are you guys sure that the slut fled within? Someone witnessed it personally." A perfected fiend said firmly, however, that slut is only a grade 5 heaven immortal. She definitely won't be able to withstand the sinister winds of the fiend cave. She must have died inside a long time ago, and her essence spirit was destroyed without a corpse left. When he heard that, Ling Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of sadness. From his tone earlier on, he clearly hated this slut to the core. However, at that moment, his heart ached when he heard that the slut was dead. "Not necessarily," another perfected fiend consoled. "Your Highness, don't forget that that woman has an apocalyptic fiend diagram in her hands as well. This fiend cave created this diagram, and with this diagram on her, she might be able to neutralize the sinister winds within." Sinister winds gusted at the entrance of the fiend cave. Many factions did not act rashly, waiting for the sinister winds to weaken or even dissipate. Otherwise, even the perfected fiends present could not withstand such strong sinister winds. Strange. Why don't I see any Fiend King experts? Logically speaking, the first time a fiend cave as such appears, there should be countless opportunities and treasures inside. Even fiend kings should be tempted. There were at least millions of cultivators in the vicinity of Bayin Mountain, and that number was still increasing rapidly. However, there were indeed no fiend king experts among the many fiend cultivators. A fiend cultivator said in a deep voice, "Although the strongest cultivators in the vicinity are only perfected fiends, there are definitely many fiend king experts watching in secret. It's just that they haven't appeared yet." That's right. This is the first time that the Fiend Cave has appeared. Although no one has touched the opportunities and treasures inside, there are countless potential dangers. These Fiend Kings are smart and want us to test the waters. If a shocking treasure truly appears, they'll definitely appear and fight for it. Just as everyone was discussing, the martial Tao Prime body suddenly moved and strode towards the entrance of the Fiend Cave. Chapter 2532. 2532. Slaying Fiend Kings. 2532. Slaying Fiend Kings. The Fiend King of Firmament Ascension Palace was the first to arrive. Against the attack of the Fiend King, the martial Tao Prime body did not dare to be careless. However, when the Fiend King attacked, he did not summon his Grotto Heaven right away. He was not the only one. The 4 Fiend Kings, charging over from behind, did not release their Grotto Heavens either. The 5 of them were not being overconfident on purpose. In theory, Fiend Kings could crush perfected Fiend cultivators with a single finger. Furthermore, 5 Fiend Kings attacked at the same time. It would seem like they were making a fuss instead if they summoned their Grotto Heavens. Even Grotto Heaven realm experts would rarely summon their Grotto Heavens right away in a fight, let alone against a perfected fiend. Sensing that opening, the gaze of the martial Tao Prime body intensified. For him, the Grotto Heaven of a king-level expert was the only thing he could not take head-on and defend against. After all, the Grotto Heaven was a crystallization derived from the various dermic Taos of the king-level experts throughout their lives. A Grotto Heaven had already surpassed the perfected one realm and was at a completely different level. They were the strongest methods of king-level experts. However, the minor Grotto Heaven Fiend Kings must be dreaming if they thought that they could kill Su Zimo in melee combat without releasing their Grotto Heavens. The martial Tao valued unlocking one's potential. The foundation of all dermic formulations was to strengthen oneself continuously and view oneself as heaven and earth without the use of external forces. Therefore, in the perfected one realm of the mortal, Buddhist, and fiend Taos, Tao fruits were condensed. However, the martial Tao Prime body condensed a Tao body. The profoundness of his dermic Tao was fused into the true martial Tao body, every single inch of his flesh and bones. Although the Fiend Kings nourished their bodies with their minor Grotto Heavens, they could not defend against the true martial Tao body of the martial Tao Prime body. Against the attacks of the 5 Fiend Kings, the martial Tao Prime body did not dodge. Instead, he channeled his blood chi and counterattacked with the rumbling sound of a tsunami. Instantly, 5 punches were released in succession to fight the 5 Fiend Kings head-on. "You have a death wish." The Fiend King of Firmament Ascension Palace sneered. The Fiend King of Black Fiend Sect pouted his lips in disdain. The struggles of a cornered beast. Boom! The 5 Fiend Kings collided against the fist of the martial Tao Prime body. The interval between them was extremely short, and there was almost only a single sound. The 5 of them shuddered, and their eyes widened in disbelief. Their arms were already numb from that punch. Furthermore, the 5 Fiend Kings felt an unimaginable divine power surge into their bodies through their arms, and their organs vibrated. The Fiend King of Firmament Ascension Palace suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Of course, Such injuries were not serious for a fiend king. However, before he could react, the martial Tao Prime Body had already closed in and punched down twice in succession with an unstoppable might like a mountain. Bang! Bang! The Fiend King of Firmament Ascension Palace could only raise his arms to defend. However, his arm was snapped by 2 punches from the martial Tao Prime Body, and his middle was now exposed. A third punch descended and hammered heavily on the top of his head. Bang! The Fiend King of Firmament Ascension Palace shuddered, and his gaze froze with a shocked expression. Thereafter, his pupils dilated and his life force drained rapidly. The top of his head was still intact. However, his consciousness was already shattered by a single punch from the martial Tao Prime Body, and his essence spirit was not spared either. It was destroyed on the spot and died. With just 4 punches, a Fiend King of Firmament Ascension Palace was killed by the martial Tao Prime Body on the spot. The expressions of the 4 Fiend Kings behind him changed when they saw that. The 4 of them did not have time to think and were about to summon their minor grotto heavens when the martial Tao Prime Body suddenly opened his mouth and released the secret skill of myriad being sound. Roar! Instantly, the tunnel echoed with the roars of dragons, tigers, phoenixes, cranes, wolves, dogs, apes, and horses. It was as though millions of living beings were roaring at the same time. As the true martial Tao body advanced to greater mastery, the might of myriad beings' sound increased as well. Furthermore, it was difficult for myriad beings' sound to spread in such a relatively sealed tunnel. Instead, it reverberated continuously in the tunnel, causing its power to increase significantly. Although it could not injure the Fiend Kings present, they were shocked and slightly stunned. It was that moment of shock that allowed the martial Tao Prime Body to seize the opportunity to charge in front of the Fiend King of the Black Fiend sect. He punched out and struck the other party's face. The Fiend King of Black Fiend sect was overturned by a single punch from the martial Tao Prime Body, and his face was mangled. His essence spirit was destroyed, and he died on the spot. The other 3 Fiend Kings woke up quickly and did not dare to hesitate anymore. They summoned their minor grotto heavens one after another, wanting to make use of the grotto heavens' power to kill the martial Tao Prime Body. However, the grotto heavens of the 3 Fiend Kings dissipated the moment they were released before they could take shape. The 3 Fiend Kings were shocked. The grotto heaven was the ultimate technique and strongest trump card of king-level experts. However, the 3 of them failed to release it. With that slight delay, the martial Tao Prime Body attacked once more and threw 3 consecutive punches at the Fiend King of Godfiend Ridge. All of them were blocked by the Fiend King. The martial Tao Prime Body took a deep breath and burst forth once more, punching 7 times in succession. The attacks were ferocious and dense, like rain that was suffocating. The Fiend King of Godfiend Ridge did not even have the chance to summon his Grotto Heaven Spirit Treasure, and was beaten to death by the 10 punches of the martial Tao Prime Body. Of course, the remaining 2 Fiend Kings managed to escape, albeit with bewildered expressions. What's going on? When Ling Xian and the others heard the commotion behind them, they turned back hurriedly and caught sight of the martial Tao Prime Body counterattacking and killing 3 Fiend Kings in succession. The many Fiend Kings at the front and back were shocked and in disbelief. A perfected fiend had actually crossed a major cultivation realm to kill 3 Grotto Heaven Fiend Kings. Even if the Fiend Kings present could not summon their Grotto Heavens, their physiques should be enough to kill all perfected fiends. However, what happened earlier on dealt a huge psychological blow to the Fiend Kings. The physical body of a perfected fiend can actually be cultivated to such an extent. He's even comparable to Fiend Kings. There's something strange about that lad's Dermic Tao. It seems different from ours. What's going on? Divine powers and secret skills can't even be released down here. Was he just fighting in melee combat using his physique and bloodline? When the Fiend Kings realized the strangeness of this place, they did not dare to act rashly and discussed in secret. The remnant might of the Dermic Tao remains in the tomb of the Fiend Emperor and has not dissipated for millions of years. It's only logical that there are various restrictions. Fiend King Hidden Space frowned and said deeply, "However, I've never seen a tomb like this that can restrict the release of Grotto Heavens. Your Highness, I suggest that we leave this place immediately and think about it at length." After pondering for a moment, Fiend King Hidden Space felt uneasy and could not help but say, "There's so many of us. What's there to be afraid of?" Ling Xian harumphed coldly. "That slut only has a single apocalyptic fiend diagram, and yet she dares to move around casually here. Don't you have a complete fiend diagram with you?" Fiend King Hidden Space nodded and did not persuade further. The expressions of Fiend Celestial Black Heaven and the others darkened. Not only did he fail to kill the martial Tao Prime Body, he even lost a Fiend King. For the Fiend Sex, every single Fiend King could raise their factions by a level. To think that they would suffer a huge loss in the hands of the martial Tao Prime Body. Chapter 2533. 2533 Underground Ancient City. 2533 Underground Ancient City. Under normal circumstances, it was difficult for one to die at the Grotto Heaven realm. Given the capabilities of the martial Tao Prime Body, even if he used all his trump cards, and even the Hell Suppression Tripod, he would only be able to defeat a Fiend King at most in melee combat. There was no way he could kill 3 Fiend Kings in succession. However, the area beneath the Fiend Cave was way too strange. Not only could they not release divine powers or secret skills, even the Grotto Heavens of the Fiend Kings were suppressed and could not be released. As a result, the combat strength of the 3 Fiend Kings was greatly reduced, and they were killed by the martial Tao Prime Body. The death of the 3 Fiend Kings caused the entire place to fall into a momentary silence. Even Fiend Celestial Black Heaven and the others did not know if there were any other strange things in the tomb of the Fiend Emperor, and did not dare to act rashly. "Let's capture that slut first, and not let her escape again," Ling Xian said in a deep voice. Fiend King Hidden Space and the other 5 continued to protect Ling Xian as they sped forward. The martial Tao Prime Body picked up the storage bags of the 3 Fiend Kings and followed. The expressions of Fiend Celestial Black Heaven and the other Fiend Kings darkened as they exchanged glances without saying anything. However, everyone had already arrived and naturally could not retreat. The dozens of Fiend Kings followed suit. A strange formation was formed in the tomb passage. The 7 of them from Firmament Ascension Palace sped at the front while the martial Tao Prime Body hung at the back alone. Behind him were more than 10 Fiend Kings. The 3 factions coexisted peacefully in this passage. After a while, a faint light appeared in front of them, and they had already arrived at the end of the passage. Fiend King Hidden Space and the others escorted Ling Xian out of the passage, and everything opened up before them. Ling Xian shuddered at the sight before him. Even Hidden Space and the other 3 Fiend Kings gasped slightly with shocked expressions and disbelief in their eyes. Up ahead, there was a gigantic ancient city that stood deep underground like a massive object, glaring at the group of cultivators that charged in. The ancient city was majestic and even surpassed the many immortal cities on the ground. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, it would be difficult to imagine that such an ancient city existed deep underground. Everyone realized that there was a high chance that the ancient city was the core of the Fiend Emperor's tomb. The true treasures, opportunities, and inheritances should be in this ancient city. Everyone was invigorated, and their gazes burned. Right then, a beautiful figure flashed past the top of the ancient city wall. It was Demoness Ji. "Go!" Ling Xian could not wait any longer and charged towards the ancient city. Fiend King hid in hidden space, and the others stood guard at the side while the martial Tao Prime Body, Fiend Celestial Black Heaven, and the other Fiend Kings followed closely behind. In the blink of an eye, everyone arrived at the entrance of the ancient city. The strange thing was that there were 2 rows of humanoid clay guards standing on both sides of the city gate, wielding clay spears. There were also many clay guards standing on the city wall. They were densely packed and motionless. Some of them wielded bows and arrows and guarded the city wall. Some of them formed groups of 10,000 people that seemed to be patrolling the city walls. They looked orderly and made the place seem heavily guarded. What the hell is that? Ling Xian passed by and wanted to step forward and smash a clay figure. However, he was stopped by Fiend King Hidden Space. Your Highness, don't act rashly. This ancient city looks a little strange. Fiend King Hidden Space had a guarded expression as he whispered, Everyone be careful! The martial Tao Prime Body ignored them and walked past the group from Firmament Ascension Palace and the others before entering the ancient city. When they saw the martial Tao Prime Body walk over without encountering any danger, Ling Xian's group and Fiend Celestial Black Heaven and the other Fiend Kings moved one after another and charged into the ancient city. There were all sorts of structures in the ancient city, and it looked no different from the immortal cities on the ground. However, the streets of the ancient city were extremely empty and deserted. Apart from teams of clay guards, there was no one else. As the group of them traveled, the ancient city was filled with clay men guarding. There were already hundreds of thousands of them. As expected of Fiend Emperor Apocalypse, a Fiend King of Firmament Ascension Palace lamented, Even if he dies, he has to build such an ancient city in the tomb and create so many clay guards so that he can command thousands of fiend troops after his death. Fiend King Hidden Space suddenly frowned, as though he recalled something. Right then, a round of applause sounded from a group of more than 10,000 clay men patrolling at the front. How smart! Demoness G's voice sounded among the clay guards with a hint of mockery. However, do you guys think that these are just clay guards? Crack! Suddenly, a sound came from the clay guard as though something had shattered. Creak! Immediately after, the sound intensified and spread through all the clay guards and the entire ancient city. Right in front of everyone, cracks appeared on the mud on the clay guards, and they fell off, revealing guards with flesh and blood. Of course, there was no life in the bodies of the guards. However, the weapons in their hands were sharp and cold after the clay was removed. The eyes of the guards were filled with madness as they glared at the people who entered the ancient city with a murderous aura. Otherworldly soldiers that grew flesh and blood. Ling Xian frowned slightly. These are not otherworldly soldiers. Fiend King Hidden Space said sternly, even if otherworldly soldiers manage to condense flesh and blood, it will definitely be incomplete. There's no way they can be preserved in such a complete manner. These people were originally alive back then. They were sealed in the clay by Fiend Emperor Apocalypse with a supreme secret skill for tens of millions of years until they were awakened today. After tens of millions of years, those guards had naturally died. At that moment, the only thing that drove them was the final consciousness left in their minds by Fiend Emperor Apocalypse. Destruction, conquest, and killing. Upon hearing Fiend King Hidden Space's words, everyone present shuddered and felt chills run down their spines. There were at least millions or even 10 million guards in this ancient city. However, back then, Fiend Emperor Apocalypse sealed these tens of millions of fiends and killed them alive as burial objects, burying them underground for tens of millions of years. It's no wonder why his title is Apocalypse. To think that he was able to do such a shocking thing. Ling Xian murmured softly with a hint of envy in his tone. Kill, kill, kill. Countless awakened guards were controlled by the remnant thoughts in their minds and roared at everyone from Firmament Ascension Palace. Bang! Boom! On the long streets on all sides, ancient chariots sped over with a shocking might. More and more ancient city guards gathered over. It was a black patch with no end in sight. Against such a lineup, everyone present calmed down rapidly. Although there were many guards in the ancient city, most of their cultivation in the past was only at the earth and heaven immortal realm. At best, the strongest was only at the perfected fiend realm. Almost everyone present were fiend king experts. Even if they could not release their grotto heavens, they could make use of their physiques, bloodlines, and grotto heaven's spirit treasures to kill their way out. Where's that slut? Ling Xian surveyed his surroundings, wanting to search for traces of Demoness Ji in the vast army of guards. However, there were too many guards, and he could not even see Demoness Ji's figure. Your Highness, that woman should be dead. Fiend King Hidden Space said that Demoness is only a grade 5 heaven immortal. It's almost impossible for her to survive the army of guards. Chapter 2534 2530 For I'm here to take you home. 2530 For I'm here to take you home. After Fiend King Hidden Space said that, he closed his eyes and sensed his surroundings. Over there! Fiend King Hidden Space suddenly opened his eyes and his gaze intensified. Boom! Fiend King Hidden Space waved his robes and burst forth dozens of feet, beating up the ancient city guards in front of him and creating a spacious passage. At the end of the passage, Demoness Ji looked flustered and dodged behind an ancient city guard. Although she was clearly fleeing in an extremely sorry state, everyone felt that Demoness Ji had a graceful figure and charm. Even when she escaped, she looked stunning. The martial Tao, Prime Body's heart, skipped a beat. Demoness Ji's movement technique gave him a sense of déjà vu, back when he condensed the true martial Tao body and attracted the true martial heavenly tribulation. An extremely powerful phantom appeared in the 10th tribulation. Among them, a white-robed woman wielding a long sword was enchanting and charming. Her movement technique was almost identical to Demoness Ji's. Seems like Demoness Ji has also obtained quite a bit of opportunities in the fiend domain over the years. The martial Tao, Prime Body, thought to himself. Among the many old friends who had ascended to Tianhuang mainland, Demoness Ji was the one he was least worried about. Given Demoness Ji's capabilities, it was almost impossible for anyone else to take advantage of her. It was already not bad if they were not played by her. One could not use their spirit consciousness beneath the fiend cave. Coupled with the fact that the ancient city guards were awakened and charged over with a massive commotion, Fiend King Hidden Space and the others lost track of Demoness Ji. Searching for someone in an army of 10 million was like searching for a needle in a haystack. However, Fiend King Hidden Space was certain that Demoness Ji could not have gone far. The reason why she lured everyone here intentionally was because she wanted to make use of the 10 million fiend army here to cause damage to the group from Firmament Ascension Palace. Out of a special mentality, she would most likely observe her masterpiece in the nearby darkness. That was the reason why Fiend King Hidden Space intentionally said that Demoness Ji was definitely dead. His goal was to expose Demoness Ji. Demoness Ji was extremely smart as well. Although she was indignant, she quickly realized that this should be Fiend King Hidden Space's bait and did not move. Unfortunately, her heart still skipped a beat when she heard Fiend King Hidden Space's words. Her heart was beating slightly more violently, and Fiend King Hidden Space caught it instantly. He attacked right away and exposed her to everyone. Although the psychological warfare between both parties seemed short, it was extremely intense, and they tested one another's guesses. In the end, Fiend King Hidden Space was slightly superior. Demoness, you're still too inexperienced. Fiend King Hidden Space looked at Demoness Ji, who was not far away, with a mocking gaze. In a flash, Demoness G hid in the army of guards. Strangely enough, none of the guards attacked her. Instead, they were fearless and charged towards Firmament Ascension Palace, Fiend Celestial Black Heaven, and the others continuously. Humph, you're still thinking of escaping. Ling Xian sneered. Fiend King Hidden Space and the others charged the entire way and gave chase. Now that Demoness G's figure was exposed and she was locked onto by the 6 Fiend Kings of Firmament Ascension Palace, it was impossible for her to escape even if she wanted to. Demoness G. Right then, a call sounded from the chaotic ancient city. Demoness G shuddered and froze on the spot with a look of disbelief in her beautiful eyes. That name. How could it be? Demoness G turned around and saw a purple-robed man striding over. Although the purple-robed man wore a silver mask, Demoness G recognized him instantly when she saw his eyes. Demoness G bit her lips gently and her eyes reddened with tears. In the blink of an eye, the martial Tao Prime body had already arrived before her. At that moment, it was like a dream. Why are you here, nerd? Demoness G's voice was slightly trembling as she sobbed. I'm here to take you home. The martial Tao Prime body said gently. When she heard that, Demoness G could no longer hold it in and burst into tears. Right now, her mind was blank and she only wanted to cry. Back in Tianhuang mainland, as the pure maiden of the fiend sex, she cultivated the Pure Maiden Sutra and bewitched all living beings. She rarely revealed her true emotions. Be it anger, cuteness, joy, or sadness, they were all disguises. She had only revealed her true emotions in front of a few people, and Su Zimo was one of them. In that short period of time, the remaining 6 Fiend Kings of Firmament Ascension Palace had already swept through the surrounding ancient city guards and surrounded the martial Tao Prime body and Demoness G. When Ling Xian saw Demoness G's expression, his heart burned with jealousy. Gritting his teeth, he said, So, this adulterous couple knows one another. That's perfect. Kill the man, but leave the slut. Beneath the silver mask of the martial Tao Prime body, his expression turned cold and his gaze turned sinister. Let's run. Demoness G tugged at the wrist of the martial Tao Prime body, wanting to find an opportunity to hide among the endless ancient city guards once more. However, the martial Tao Prime body did not budge when she tugged at him. That Ling Xian bullied you before, right? Suddenly, the martial Tao Prime body asked, Huh? Demoness G turned back and looked at the martial Tao Prime body with misty eyes in confusion. The martial Tao Prime body said indifferently, Wait for me here for a moment. I'll go kill him. Don't. Demoness G was shocked and wiped away the tears in her eyes casually before saying hurriedly, No, that donkey was so stupid that he was played like a fiddle by me. I even tricked him into giving me a treasure map that he had collected for many years. If nobody told him, he wouldn't have known that he had been deceived by me for so many years. Demoness G was afraid that the martial Tao Prime body would rush forward and fight for her on impulse. After all, apart from Prince Ling Xian, there were 6 Fiend Kings present. Among them, 2 of them were Supreme Fiend Kings. Demoness G had long heard about the martial Tao Prime body. According to her understanding, the martial Tao Prime body was only a perfected fiend and could not fight against Fiend Kings. Let's leave quickly and ignore him. Demoness G urged again. When Ling Xian heard Demoness G's words, his face turned red from embarrassment as he hollered, Slut, you still want to leave? The martial Tao Prime body removed Demoness G's hand. Even calling you a slut is not allowed. The moment he said that, the feet of the martial Tao Prime body hit heavily on the ground. With a boom, there was a loud explosion and the ground shook. The entire majestic ancient city seemed to be trembling. Countless ancient city guards paused in their attacks. Swoosh! The figure of the martial Tao prime body flashed and arrived before Ling Xian in the blink of an eye. It was way too fast. Ling Xian's pupils constricted. He had not expected that the martial Tao prime body would dare to attack him despite being surrounded by 6 fiend kings. This person was fearless and audacious. What was he trying to do? Was this person trying to kill him in front of 6 fiend kings? Your Highness, watch out! The 2 fiend kings closest to Ling Xian arrived beside him immediately. One of them was the other supreme fiend king. At the same time, the other 4 fiend kings gave up on their pursuit of Demoness Ji and rushed towards the martial Tao prime body. Chapter 2535. 2535 Killing the Prince. 2535 Killing the Prince. Splash! The blood chi of the 2 fiend kings beside Ling Xian surged, and the sound of a tsunami echoed from their bodies as they charged towards the martial Tao prime body. Bang! Boom! The bloodline of the martial Tao prime body surged, and it was as though a volcano had burst forth from his body. His blood chi churned, and a gigantic furnace with raging flames appeared around him, seemingly about to incinerate everything in the world. Peerless divine power, heaven and earth furnace. Divine powers and secret skills could not be used beneath the fiend cave. However, the peerless divine power of the martial Tao prime body was a bloodline phenomenon to begin with and was not restricted at all. The moment he attacked, the martial Tao prime body released his full strength, wanting to kill Prince Ling Xian under the encirclement of 6 fiend kings. Boom! The martial Tao prime body punched with his left hand and collided with a minor Grotto Heaven fiend king. The fiend king shuddered and felt a shocking force. He was sent flying by a single punch from the martial Tao prime body and spat out blood. In the tomb passage earlier on, the martial Tao prime body killed a minor Grotto Heaven fiend king in 4 punches without even using his bloodline phenomenon. Now that he had the augmentation of his bloodline phenomenon and his strength had increased exponentially, there was no way the fiend king of Firmament Ascension Palace could defend. Bang! The martial Tao prime body punched with his right hand and clashed against Supreme Fiend King Lutsong, who was on the other side. When Lutsong saw the menacing martial Tao prime body send a fiend king flying with a single punch, he did not dare to be careless and released his bloodline phenomenon right away. The 2 of them collided with their fists, and the bloodline phenomenons clashed continuously, devouring one another. Lutsong was a supreme fiend king after all. He had nurtured his body and bloodline with the major Grotto Heaven for many years, and was far superior to ordinary fiend kings. He could defend against the ferocious power of the martial Tao prime body. The gaze of the martial Tao prime body intensified as he took another step forward and released another punch. Good timing. Fiend King Lutsong hollered as well and punched out without retreating a half step. Right then, a bronze square tripod suddenly flew out from the glabella of the martial Tao prime body, emanating an ancient and heavy aura. Before the punch of the martial Tao prime body could be released completely, he suddenly changed tactics and transformed his fist into a palm. He grabbed the bronze square tripod and smashed it down against Fiend King Lutsong's fist. You! Fiend King Lutsong's eyes widened as he released his dermic treasure hurriedly. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Crack! Although his body was strong, he could not withstand the impact of the hell suppression tripod. Accompanied by the sound of bones cracking, Fiend King Lutsong's entire arm was snapped by the hell suppression tripod, revealing bones that were stuck to his flesh in a shocking manner. As a supreme Fiend King Lutsong was confident in his status. When he saw that the martial Tao prime body was barehanded, he naturally did not summon his dermic treasure right away. However, the martial Tao prime body had no intention of getting entangled with him. If he was delayed by Fiend King Lutsong, and the other 4 fiend kings at the back caught up, it would be extremely difficult for him to kill Ling Xian. The martial Tao Prime body wanted to crush the 2 fiend kings and kill Prince Ling Xian with a thunderous might. One of Fiend King Lu Tsong's arms was crippled by the health suppression tripod, and he retreated hurriedly. With that retreat, Ling Xian was completely exposed. Pissed, Ling Xian's expression changed starkly as he finally realized that even with the 6 fiend kings by his side, he was still in immense danger. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hidden Space and the other 3 fiend kings summoned their Grotto Heaven spirit treasures hurriedly and attacked the martial Tao Prime body. The martial Tao Prime body tossed the health suppression tripod behind his head and blocked the Grotto Heaven spirit treasures that were charging over. At the same time, he lunged towards Ling Xian. Surrounded by endless ancient city guards, there was nowhere to retreat, and Ling Xian could only defend with all his might. As long as he could delay the martial Tao Prime body for a moment and wait for the other 6 fiend kings to arrive, he could survive. Taking a deep breath of air, Ling Xian withdrew a mirror from his storage bag and used it as a shield. Let's see how many punches you can take. The martial Tao Prime body ignored the mirror treasure that Ling Xian propped up and punched over. Crack! The mirror treasure shattered. With just a slight pause, the fist of the martial Tao Prime body penetrated the mirror treasure and smashed heavily against the top of Ling Xian's head. Piak! It was as though a divine hammer had descended and a gigantic axe had split the mountains. Ling Xian's head was smashed into pieces by a single punch from the martial Tao Prime body, and his essence spirit was destroyed on the spot. Back at the entrance of the Fiend Cave, Ling Xian was severely injured by a casual punch from the martial Tao Prime body and vomited blood. Right now, the martial Tao Prime body had released his bloodline phenomenon, the Heaven and Earth Furnace, and his strength had increased exponentially. Ling Xian could not defend against it at all and was killed on the spot by a single punch. At the same time, the Grotto Heaven spirit treasures of the 4 fiend kings finally broke through the obstruction of the health suppression tripod and descended on the martial Tao Prime body. Bang! Bang! The martial Tao Prime body staggered from the smash of a gigantic seal and copper spear. 2 wounds appeared on his chest and abdomen with fresh blood dripping. The bloodline phenomenon of the Heaven and Earth Furnace was shattered by the 4 major Grotto Heaven spirit treasures and dissipated before long. Ah! Demoness G exclaimed worriedly when she saw that. But soon she realized that the martial Tao Prime body stabilized himself rapidly and charged towards the 4 fiend kings with the health suppression tripod in his hands instead. Unable to use their essence spirits and Grotto Heavens, the true power of the Grotto Heaven spirit treasures could not be unleashed either. Furthermore, the martial Tao Prime body was shrouded by a bloodline phenomenon. Although the 4 major Grotto Heaven spirit treasures injured him, his foundation was not hurt. For the true martial Tao body, such an injury could be ignored. In fact, the martial Tao Prime body did not even have to repair it intentionally. The endless dermic Tao runes contained in the true martial Tao body alone could heal his wounds. Wah! The hearts of Hidden Space and the other 3 fiend kings skipped a beat. If they had not seen it personally, the 4 fiend kings would not have believed that the martial Tao Prime body was made of flesh and blood. After enduring the 4 major Grotto Heaven spirit treasures head-on, he actually dared to charge towards them as though nothing had happened. Fiend King Hidden Space could see everything clearly. A thin layer of flames appeared on the wounds on the martial Tao Prime body, and he stopped bleeding before long. The flames seemed to surge with a mysterious glow that contained some dermic Tao runes. Those wounds were healing at a visible speed. By the time the martial Tao Prime body arrived before the 4 fiend kings, his injuries were more than half healed. Bang! 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 The martial Tao Prime body had an aggressive aura as he raised the Hell Suppression tripod and smashed it towards the four Fiend Kings in an incomparably ferocious manner. Initially, the four Fiend Kings could have an absolute advantage if they joined forces. However, at that moment, they could not help but feel fearful against the frenzied attacks of the martial Tao Prime body. After all, 3 Fiend Kings died in the hands of the martial Tao Prime body earlier on. With the death of the prince, the 4 Fiend Kings were flustered and the martial Tao Prime body found an opportunity to break through the obstruction and return to Demoness G's side. When Fiend Celestial Blackheaven and the others saw that they were secretly speechless, Desolate Marshal was way too ferocious. He had actually slaughtered the prince under the protection of 6 Fiend Kings. On the contrary, Fiend Celestial Blackheaven and the others were relieved. If nothing went wrong, Fiend Emperor Ling Xiao would definitely be alarmed with the death of Prince Ling Xian. At that time, even without them making a move, Fiend Emperor Ling Xiao would take revenge for his son and kill Desolate Marshal. Even if Desolate Marshal's backing, Emperor Bo Sun, was alarmed and Desolate Marshal was lucky to survive, it would not matter. Once the Fiend Emperors appeared and fought, a bloodbath would definitely break out in the Fiend domain. That would be a good opportunity for them to rise in the chaos